So what has been super nice for me personally, as the editor, etc., is that these last couple sessions have given me a super easy workload because I haven't had to make recap videos.
We fought.
Because it is much the same thing that I said last week. We have still just been working our way through Summershade Quarry, and this is a pretty entrenched Scarlet Triad position. It has been some heavy combat sessions, which means, again, I didn't have to make a recap video because it would just kind of clutter the quick recap playlist. So, right now, we are, and get ready for cool transitions unless everything's broken.
Hey!
We ended off right here. Still making our way around Summershade Quarry, where we had tracked Vayris, the leader of at least the Triad's operations in Kintargo. And we found a hero point.
For Eleonora.
For Eleonora.
Yay.
Because
Penny.
somebody here doesn't have any hero points, and that's not okay.
Someone took pity on my
And,
poor soul.
Good.
I'm gonna butcher this name horrifically, and I apologize.
Otloma.
Otioma? Oshioma? I'm not. I'm
Is that not an
positive.
L?
Otloma? It looks like an
Is
L
it
to
an
me.
L?
That
Yeah, it's
definitely looks like an
Otloma.
L. Otloma.
Oh, Otloma.
You
It
just
is
can't
very
read.
yellow.
I mean, it
Otloma.
is.
That's why I
That's why
picked the
dark
phone.
mode
My
is a
phone's
thing.
pretty far away from my face, and I'm looking at chat, and it gets
That's why
kind of hard
dark
to read
mode's a
some
thing.
of the names.
Yeah, well.
Otloma. It's way easier
You're
than
super
an I.
tall, so it's a natural consequence.
Yeah, my height moves my eyes away from the screen. Otlama. Otlama.
Otlama. I like
Thank
it.
you for the hero
Otlama.
point.
Otlama
Thank
it is.
you.
So we have been fighting our way through this quarry with what's been a pretty significant amount of resistance, both from what we expected, more of the Scarlet Triad's enforcers, their soldiers, their frontliners, what appears to still be an entire dwarven clan they've dragged in here, and
Much less of a clan now.
it's probably not a clan at all, really. Much less expectedly, a strange sect of giants that had taken up domicile on the western side of the quarry in some strange crypt or shrine or something. But they, too, for now were dealt with. As we pushed around to the far end, into the tunnels wrapping around the northern side of this entire area, we ended last week again right here. The precipice of some battle, and ready to come right in, face to face with an alchemical golem, and roll some initiative.
All right.
It's time for the glass morass.
And we'll start it with a call to arms spell, so everyone gets +2. Anyone
I
scouting?
like it.
I'm always scouting.
Yep.
Great.
Plus
And
3.
we could just be doing general stuff like avoid notice and whatnot.
Yeah, it's
That
reached the
was
point of the adventure
Yeah.
You got it.
where I
No,
just
I did not.
You got
we
it.
have our general exploration tactics that I just assume you're doing,
Okay, doke.
largely to. It's one of those things. It's like a balance of you can't literally roleplay everything. Like we don't sit here for 30 minutes roleplaying the 30 minutes we wait for Eleanor to be able to bandage somebody again. And what you're doing is you move through this quarry has been fairly well established. So I generally assume we're traveling through this the same way we have been the entire time. Nothing major has changed.
We're chasing our quarry through a quarry.
Sirenscape. I need robot noises and angry people. Because we have both of those in this room. And Trishik, get a hero point. Destronets has got one for you to add to your stockpile here. Man, this new setup I have for hero points is, you don't see the less effort I have to do here. Oh, it's so much easier to just have numbers.
Just let us know when you want battle cry rolls, because we're totally screaming as we charge into battle.
Yeah, let us get initiative first, then we'll get battle cry rolls. So, Trishik,
32 with
32.
scouting.
pretty gusta. I'll bring that to Marshall.
29.
Not terrible.
Not terrible.
Oh, are you rolling or are you doing the thing?
I'm doing the thing.
Just hanging back.
Just hanging back, watching.
How about you, Roshin?
Roshin with a 2 on the die got a 23.
You can go over here.
Somehow put yourself
Company.
behind Eleanor.
You want to be very friendly. You don't want to leave her by herself.
That's
Resume?
it. That's it.
31.
31 gets you right in the middle here. And then we have Giant alchemical golem, of which we are just so familiar. We've dealt with these before.
Flashbacks.
Can't have token.
Oh, can have token. Here you go, friend.
What about alchemists?
I will get you alchemist token. They are not particularly fast. Yeah, faster than Rashid, but
Yeah.
they're not particularly fast. And then we have a group of alchemists, to which I will just give you a handful of alchemist tokens.
There's one right there.
Right there. I don't see any others
One
at
right
the
there.
moment. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they are basically 2 on the right,
think
2
right here.
on the left. If you want to just put them vaguely in that area, and then you can move
I'll
them
go
the
right,
way
you go left.
Exactly they are when you see them. And they are also... I got the clumpus.
The clumpus.
It's good because you guys get to go first. It's not as fantastic because, well, the clumpus has some effects sometimes.
What about
so,
our friend Valia?
I don't like the clumpus.
Valia is a thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. Val.
Dude.
I gotta like put
Volleyball.
her. I gotta put this little smiley face thing with the party ones because I keep forgetting she's there.
Well, she's unarmed.
She has a friend in the chat.
Well, Valia is also up in the group here.
Hey,
He's there.
Okie dokie.
she made it on the right side of the enemies.
She did it.
She did it.
So then we had Battle Cry
Yep.
as you two screaming on your way in here.
I gotta-
Obviously, not going to be able to frighten the machine, but possibly the operators
Possibly
nearby.
the operators
That
nearby.
requires line of sight, doesn't it?
28.
28, all right,
29.
and 29. Each of you screaming as you run in this hallway here. Kind of a wave of fear washes over these alchemists for a moment as they realize that there is, in fact, something happening. And Trishik, what exactly is that that's happening here?
Well, using the cover of these shouts, I'm going to sprint forward up to beside Roshin on this this half square here. One more forward.
Oh, like side by side, kind of in the hallway. I see.
Mhm. And I'm going to draw my bow, shoot the one closest to me on the left.
Alrighty.
Natural 20.
Nice way to
I
start it
told
off.
you I was just going to be dropping 20s today.
That is a fantastic opener.
That's pretty
All
good.
right.
Screaming and an arrow comes shooting around the corner. She hasn't even looked up from her table yet.
So,
That she-
all right.
Heck? Okay.
So,
I was gonna write her health down, but do I even need to, or does she just die instantly?
let's see.
Fire
6,
that
12, 18, 24, 26, plus deadly D10
Which you will roll a 10 on.
26, so 52,
for a
Four.
4.
Not bad.
56.
Yeah. And bleeding D12. And
Into the
pinned.
table.
into the table.
And then skirmish strike on the one behind on the same wall.
Okay, so you can just barely see her. She's definitely got cover.
For a natural 1 that I'm going to re-roll as that arrow slips off the thread of my bow, and I right it before pulling back and firing again.
All right. Can't follow it up. Why the 20 so frequently followed by the ones?
So, 28.
28. She has flat-footed you, which will negate the cover. Did you roll stealth for initiative?
Yes.
Okay, then yeah, flat-footed, that'll hit her.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 17, bleeding D6. And I will 5-foot step back to make room.
You're the sexiest lizard.
This is a very sexy lizard. Resme.
Resme, having some experience at what actually hurts these things now, is going to take one of these sharp little pointy implements off of the alchemist table and send it flying at the globe of this thing with a telekinetic projectile.
Okay. And pointy things. This is a piercing telekinetic projectile you have here? Okie dokie.
Blink.
Gonna be a OG.
Should be plus 20.
Oh, you're right. 27.
27 will hit it. As this turns, arms still raised, ready to fire your direction. This thing bounces off of its dome.
It's going to be 26 points of damage.
Okay. And as it glances off, it does in fact glance off. The piercing point of this not seeming to really punch through this solidified and hardened glass shield it has over the top part of this construction. That is going to be pretty reduced. Learned how to fight this thing. Well, but did we?
But did we?
But did we? And leaving us one action left.
Shield.
All right, Marshall. I made a new spell page in Sirenscape with hotkeys, so I have the shield button again now. I missed you, shield button.
Marshall is going to rush up towards the golem with rectangle in hand.
Marshall's gonna do the thing we know Marshall's gonna do. There's.
As he's running, you see him pull out his drinking horn and instantly grow and take a swing with that hammer. For a 31.
31 will connect with this golem as it's still, it's ready and it's poised, but these pneumatics take a second to get going.
He remembers the PTSD of fighting two of these things at once, and he immediately wants to take it down.
Please no more poking.
That is a 23 plus 17. That's 40 plus 3 sound.
So the fire's not going to
It's sound.
hurt it. Oh, right, it's a sonic thing.
Yeah, hammer
Yeah.
go boom.
Boop, hammer, go, boom. Right, I forgot it's got the sonic
Go,
blast
rectangle,
on
go.
it now. All right, let me see. Yeah, it's absolutely going to take the sonic damage. So how much?
So it's 40 regular, 3 sonic, so
40.
43.
Yeah,
43.
so there's more steps to that. And I'm like, hold on.
I can't math. You
And
know
then,
this.
you got rectangle. It's like rectangle is scientifically engineered to just obliterate these golems. And that crunches right into this thing's chassis.
I wonder why.
Smashing in deep. And Valia. Well, happening again, boys.
Sorry. If I could move faster, I would.
Valia knows that there's not much she can do at the moment other than get positioned. So as Trishik steps back, she'll step forward up against the side of the cavern here. Rapier up and ready to strike, but not really able to go a whole lot further than that.
She has one more arm.
And is this what we're doing now?
Yes.
This is life. Okay. Well, Marshall, for your efficacy, but what we have learned from our previous alchemical golem battles goes to Vazan to Marshall for using prior knowledge to take advantage of the situation. Look, he's learning,
Thank you, Ghost.
guys.
I
Look
learned
at he's
good.
doing it. This giant golem, well, it's not really capable of learning, nor does it have anything to learn. It is just a big, angry robot. And as it goes to fire, it already angled towards this hallway. You come in and smash it and kind of spin the chassis a little bit, but the arm still discharges. The pneumatic hiss as one of these glass cylinders flies off, shooting past Marshall at Roshin down the hall.
Do ranged attacks provoke, or is it specifically reloading?
Range attacks do, in fact, provoke.
Do it.
Oh, not that one. This one. Does a 30 hit it?
A 30 does hit it.
Bonk.
Oh.
Whack it harder.
This is ideal.
Wham.
We know what a crit does.
Yeah, we don't want to crit it if we don't have to.
We have learned from our
Well,
experience.
right here it wouldn't be bad to crit it, but
So,
No, there's nothing next to it except Marshall.
exactly. it's not
so 43 again.
43 again.
Wham, wham.
Bonk, bonk.
And already burying a ton of damage into this thing. This bomb is going to fly out at Roshin for a 29.
29, because she had her shield up in front of her before she walked in the door, which was an exploration activity I was
Yes.
doing. Okay, perfect. It's going to kind of glance off that shield and explode against the ceiling.
Alrighty, and as it is a glass vial. It does not glance so much as it does blast and splash across your shield. dealing 3 points of fire damage to you, Trishik, and Valia.
I have temporary hit points for that.
We have temporary hit points for that.
Don't you have fire resistance as well?
I have fire resistance 5 actually.
Oh, you're fine then. You're chilling. 3 points of fire
Does it
damage.
reduce it to 0 or just?
Does reduce it to 0, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Resistance can completely negate it. But
If it's
then
less than 5, yeah.
the golem is going to turn with its other hand, this arm pivoting in immediately, as instead of detaching and launching, the whole hand on a big joint just launches forward like a wrist blade, jutting out towards Marshall's torso. It doesn't need to hit vitally, it just needs to hit.
Yeah.
And that is going to be also a 29 with the -5.
29.
29.
That is a hit.
And so as you get poked, everyone's favorite weird syringy thing, you're going to take 18 points of piercing damage. And also actually take some fire. It is quite loaded with this boiling whale. 7 points of fire damage.
Fire resist, so I only take 2.
2 points of fire damage. You worked at Forge. Just doesn't bother you that
Yeah.
much.
This is nothing.
Used to licking hot coals.
I mean,
Eat
how
more
did you know?
Deckers.
Spicy candy.
You were vaccinated.
It tastes like dirt.
And eating burnt potatoes.
And then at that, what's left of the other hand is going to come in and shoot forth as well. The golem mostly just standing there, holding its ground. I rolled the same number, so 24. It's going to be 5 lower.
That 24?
Yeah, 24 to hit.
Nah. No miss.
He is not that
No,
vulnerable.
it's not a... You are not like an actual infant. Imagine getting hit by a 24.
Bald
in
baby.
this day and age.
In current year?
In current year. Quick to drop what they are doing here. The one alchemist pinned to the table finds herself very stuck in range of Marshall. And she's sort of stuck. She doesn't look like she's a particularly strong lass.
She's also pinned.
Yeah, her shot. Also, she's stuck at the table. She's gonna reach down with her free hand down to a sword. She's leaning against the trunk on the ground. Lift that and bring that to bear against you. Just taking a wild swipe up at Marshall. And I mean, maybe this is just a fight for your life response. That's gonna be a natural 20.
Jeez, man.
Going for it. Please no. Cornered animals are the most dangerous.
What's he swinging with?
Swing with a sword.
She.
Okay.
She's
She,
swinging
sorry,
with her sword.
she. My bad.
And this is gonna slash up for 32 points of slashing damage, as you are quite a large target and your attention is holistically on the big robot that you're grappling with.
And she'll bleed for 5.
And she'll take 5. Yes, she is still bleeding. But again, this is, we're gonna call the panic position. She's just gonna swing it again. Wow, it's just swing. She's got nothing but target in front of her, I suppose, and your side is pretty lightly armored. Math says 33 to hit on the second swing.
Jesus. Well, that's a hit.
She's just hacking. Wide-eyed, panicky, 11 points of slashing damage.
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's not.
Or, sorry, 15 points of slashing damage.
Oh, 15? Okay. Oof, Marshall's looking a little bloody.
So on the other side, one
Shocking.
back at the other side of the table is also going to draw a sword from her sheath. And as she does, in one motion, pull that out, kind of step forward, and not so much slash as she does flip the blade around and try to thrust it into you like it's a rapier. It's a shortened blade. It's edged. It's not a rapier, but she wields it almost like one. And as she steps up, you are now flanked, my friend. Say the thing. Oh wait, that was the other barbarian. Hey, do you know you have a power called Deny Advantage?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Say it. Deny Advantage. There you go. But since
I knew you were in denial.
I mean, I forgot that was a thing, so.
you are higher level than her, Mr. Barbarian, her flanking means nothing to you. You're not flat-footed to this. But it is going to be say 35.
Jeez. Okay, that's a hit.
They're not terrible. They're
Yeah.
decent at this. And you feel not only does this blade kind of bite in and sting, it burns after. She only really buries the tip, but it feels like a hot poker. just ripe from the forge. You're gonna take 28 points of mixed piercing and poison damage.
28.
28 from that strike.
Okay.
This is the thing that they do, yeah.
Seen this.
They're like ants. Yeah, like, they didn't really get to do their thing previously. We weren't aware they were capable combatants because they melted
just
like
murdered
butter
them
in the
so
last
quickly.
encounter. But they get to have a turn this time. So you now know how effective your tower takedown was. Because when they get turns, it's not great.
Mm-hmm.
They're not terrible.
They're not terrible.
The one furthest back on the bottom is going to quickly scramble to pick up and load a crossbow, which is going to keep her distance back here and level and just fire out towards Marshall.
Big easy target.
Big easy target that she doesn't really want to get closer to. But that's only going to be a 25 to hit.
Oh,
That
yeah, no,
crossbow
that's a
bolt,
miss.
with everyone piling in on
With-
you and her very quick scrambled loading action. On the other side of the room, similar idea from this last alchemist. Going to move to the far end of the table. Almost getting a little bit behind.
Oh, wait. Oh.
Putting some distance.
I already used it this
Yeah,
round.
scrabbling a crossbow and loading that one as well. Not quite with the time to fire it yet.
Bleed
She-
damage.
She bleeds for dose. Let me see if either of those conditions end. They're both still bleeding.
Good.
Rushing.
All right. So I do have a shatter, but a sound burst, I should say. But I don't want to hit Marshall, who's looking a little beat up. So I let people do that who are a bit more proficient with their explosions. So Roshin is going to push up, is going to tuck her shield, push up, and then I believe I can. This is difficult terrain to 10-foot step here in front of this alchemist on this side.
You would be literally climbing up on a desk. So, yeah, you couldn't step. You're not trying to, like, just moving part of your stride, right?
I mean, whatever I have to do to get there.
Yeah, you definitely could not step there, but it is difficult terrain to clamber up around Marshall onto the desk next to him.
Okay, perfect. That's fine. Because I have just enough movement to do it, I think.
Fair
So, she'll kind of slide onto the table on the knees, scattering alchemical glasses and probably breaking them, but that's okay. But she has a sword in her hand, and she's gonna bring it down on that poisoner. For a 20, I'm at moderate curse. I don't have that yet. Okay, so I'm at 31.
31 will definitely hit her as she's focused on Marshall, turning to face you as you come around, but doesn't have much to defend herself with.
Okay, so that's gonna be 4 cents. That's is she evil?
I would say she's probably evil.
Probably
Yeah.
evil.
Seems pretty evil.
Okay, so she's like
not
an
a
evil,
alchemist.
an evil kind of person. So moderate curse gets me to that much damage. So it's 13, including 3 good. The rest of it slashing, and she's bleeding now.
Welcome to Team Bleeding Team. So everyone's bleeding, but the one on the very bottom.
All right, so that's Ray Shield, move, strike.
Alrighty. So then Eleonora.
Alright, if I'm
just runs
measuring
circles.
this movement right, I can get to the one on the very bottom.
On
That's
the very bottom.
55 feet of movement.
5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, you can absolutely get down there. Something you can definitely do.
50 and I have 5 feet more, so move me even further past.
You can get like in the middle of this group
Yep.
here, yeah, kind of
Right
between
there.
them. You can flank yourself if you so choose.
Alright, choose to flank myself.
Swashbuckler things.
Swashbuckler thing.
Just swashbuckler.
We're gonna swing on her once. I'm gonna brandish as I'm running past one good swipe
Yeah, nothing here has
for a 37.
attack by opportunity. Ooh, 37!
That's juicy.
coming right in. That's gonna crit.
Oh, baby.
She's got a crossbow in her hand. She's going back to start loading it again. She already was scrambling to make the shot. She was not ready.
That's 20 to 40 points of mixed cold and slashing damage.
Yeah, she does not seem to take the sword any better than the ice.
And then we're gonna go for a bleeding finisher on her as the one slash comes through, and I just follow back around with a good little pirouette. And I lose my balance. As I lose my balance, I actually make that part of the show. As I pretend to fall forward, coming back with a 31.
31 will catch her. There you go, the bleeding finisher.
And
Welcome to Team Bleeding Team.
It's just that time of the month.
Blood for everyone. Blood for the blood god.
This is just the medieval medical practice at this point.
Yes.
Skulls for the skull
25.
throne. Woo.
1d5. All right, and she is.
She'd also
Oh.
flat-footed because I critted with a sword.
Oh yeah. Flat-footed and bleeding. All right, it's literally all of them are bleeding
And
pretty
then I have
profusely.
5-foot step as part of my exemplary finisher down further, so I'm not flanked.
Into the
You want to
dice.
go out, or you want to go,
Go
like,
that way.
next to him?
Yep.
All right. As you come around Eleanor, speeding through the fight, Trishik.
Well, seeing as the one that I shot and pinned to the table did not appear to back off, but chose to stand
Now
her
she's
ground,
definitely still pinned to the table. Clearly also panicking.
I'm going to double move to get behind her.
Lizard.
Just skitter. And as I'm coming up for my skittering, bring the claws up along her torso, or along her back, because she's facing.
Can't turn around.
Yeah, she is stuck there. She can't turn all the way around. And she barely even seems to notice you skitter past Marshall. She's still just almost a blind panic, left-handed, hacking and stabbing up towards Marshall. Pretty effectively. He's a large target.
For a 33.
33 will hit her.
Three, 5, 7, 8, 9. 17 damage. And that is my turn. Double move and a strike.
All right, resume. She looks pretty bloodied.
Severin will yell out, "No, you blockhead! It's not the pokey, it's the bashy." Oh, you're right. Thanks, Sev. And she'll wind up with her magic again. This time, remembering what it was that actually hurts these things.
Oh, right! You break the glass. I forgot. I knew it was something in case of emergency.
And she will pick up a piece of rock off the ground, and she will send it flying at unlikely speed at this thing's glass
At
head.
unlikely speed.
Go to ludicrous speed.
Okie dokie.
That rock is moving suspiciously fast.
That is unlikely that can be that quick.
For the alchemist, you're like, I don't think that's realistic. Like,
Ooh, that is a 19. We likey that. That is a 39.
Unlikely.
39 on the golem is a solid hit, which is absolutely going to slam in for a critical hit.
That's what Mama likes to hear.
As this bashes through, this rock crashing through the main central chamber in the heart of this golem,
Oh.
blowing forth a surge of viscous, sizzling liquid that even on contact with the air as it gushes out, pops and sputters.
Yeah, I remember that.
Why do you think
And,
I stayed back here?
As this happens, Marshall's just like, oh, not again. Not again.
Marshall, make me a reflex save.
Eh,
So too do the alchemists.
good luck, foreheads.
He stumbles a little bit as the explosion happens, and he's gonna recatch his footing.
Please no. Please no, I don't want it.
Better.
It doesn't hit me, does it?
No, it is actually just adjacent.
Okay.
30.
30 will succeed, so you will take half.
That's better than.
And we have
Ella heard a rock flying at unlikely speeds and decided to step away from the golem.
That was the sound of the rock.
half and half. Yeah, everybody's taking half, so I'm just gonna roll half. It was a regular success for you and for both alchemists here. And the amount of damage that it does, I'm pretty sure is comically high. So I'll roll half.
He says with a handful of dice.
It's pretty bad. Yeah, that's half. 14 points of acid damage.
14?
14.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be a lot higher than that. I got scared for a minute.
You're only taking half. You're okay. You're okay.
They're not.
I mean, Roshin got like half melted.
They're also taking half.
before
Everyone's
she
taking
got to
half.
act last
Okay.
time.
Someone-
It worked out.
And then that critically hits. How much damage does that do?
A lot. Give me a second.
How much does the robot take from being shattered and exploded?
It's gonna be 28 points of
So 56.
times 2, so 56 points of bludgeoning damage.
56 as that rock pushes through and shatters the main container. This acid flying out also releases all of the pneumatic pressure operating this golem, and in fact even keeping it upright. As it explodes, collapsing almost just straight down. The rock not having enough force to knock it over backward, but its legs buckling underneath it with sounds of splintering wood as the pressure all hisses out in a rush.
Can someone pick up that rock of unlikely speed? I might need it later.
You have one action left.
I'll move forward a bit, up by Valia.
Alrighty.
I just, as this happens, I just kind of look back at Resme and like, Lassie, you're lucky I like ya.
Well, it is your turn.
Did something get on you?
Her skin is just pink all down the front of Marshall.
Oh, don't
I-
be acting all self-righteous. You should have seen how much I got burned up when you were hitting it with an axe.
Look at that acid exfoliation. Your skin's gonna be glorious.
As he gets to get over the eye twitch and takes a firm grip, he's gonna use that to vigor himself up and just turn around and be like, you know what? Let's just finish the job. Take a smack at the guy right next to Rasheen.
Stuffed Sever was the best investment this year ever made. Not
That
Nat
burn.
20.
This man's dead.
Channeling his
I'm gonna let's
annoyance.
see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's dead. But give me your damage. Well, it is the one next to Rushing. She hasn't
I
taken
only- I
that
only
much
hit her
damage.
lightly, yeah.
She's actually pretty okay. She's the least injured of the group.
Not anymore, but
Not anymore.
68.
Well, right to the front.
Gotta be number one in something.
Yeah, but a massive blow, but does not actually take her down, though she does burst into flames. The poison lacing her blade, catching, racing. Oh, you're using a hammer.
I'm
What does
using-
the hammer do on a crit?
Devins.
Deafens.
Fortitude
Gonna make
save.
Fortitude save,
save.
DC
Plus,
24?
if it was a wait, since it was a crit, they're prone too because it's a hammer.
Yep. And it's gonna knock her over on the
Whap.
ground.
Boom.
Your ear's ringing.
I'm not even looking at them. I just like backhand as I'm arguing
This
with
is
Resme to
that.
this.
This is the Saving Private Ryan hammer. We just bap them over and their ears are ringing.
And then I just turn
Triple
around.
What's happening around
And then I
them.
turn around, flipping the hammer and swing it right back down while they're prone. For another nat 20.
20.
Bonk.
They
Bonk.
are not alive anymore.
What?
I can promise you that the second natural 20 is absolutely going to be enough to make them stop living.
That's just the tenderizer strike.
Just the tide gets onto Roshin's
Oh,
tabard.
as I lift my hammer, I'm like, oh, I got the
It's a
hammer.
Yeah.
Can we be a little bit more elegant about how we murder these people?
No.
You got a flattened pile of smeared robes on the ground next to you and one action left.
That was 2 actions. I figured.
Oh, I didn't know you
I
didn't
figured
get
it
your
struck.
psych up. I
Struck
didn't hear
twice.
that one.
Yep.
All right, Valia, seeing what looks like an exploding watermelon, is going to assume that side's probably handled. And she is going to push up, also see somebody pinned to the table, but also see somebody loading a crossbow here. You also seem to have that pretty well handled. So if she slips through, she's going to step up forward, flipping the rapier one way before twisting it and striking the other, coming in for a feint. Pretty good at this. For a 40. So
Flat-footed.
they're
everyone.
flat-footed probably forever. And
It's the bad times.
then a thrust for a 37, which is absolutely going to crit. She gets all of these dice because she gets her sneak attack. And all of these dice double. The D6s aren't having it today. They're not interested. Where's your damage? So 22, so 44 is actually almost going to be enough to bring down this archer in the back who hasn't even gotten to fire off a shot yet. But hey, no time like the present. And since the crossbow tactic, well, she's already got it loaded. Not a whole lot more she can do other than just pull the trigger. Fire once, almost off balance and volley it before just dropping the crossbow to the ground. Point blank shot. Whoo!
Which does provoke.
It does.
And you have reach.
Ah,
And that
yes.
happens before she hits, because she's definitely critting if she hits.
I'm going to kind of, as I'm coming down with my hammer, I lose my footing, just kind of swing it right back around.
You
and
are like pirouetting through literally everybody.
He's learning how to dance.
30.
30 will hit her. We'll hit her.
Bonk.
You said march foot dance.
32 plus 4, 36.
Rectangle. What would have been, as she had this as Valia came in, the crossbow almost touching to her chest as the trigger is pulled. Rectangle just comes out and flattens her. The crossbow shoots up in the air, discharges, the glances harmlessly off the ceiling. Down the corner, the southernmost alchemist is going to discard his crossbow, also reaching out and grabbing a shortened blade from the table, twisting and swinging it towards Eleanor. But if she pulls it off the table, she flicks it and smashes it through a couple of vials of something before poking at your direction.
Nimble dodge.
Nimble dodge.
No,
No, no,
please.
no. Don't do that. I wouldn't turn around if I were you.
No, no, no.
38.
38 hits.
38 hits. Nimble dodge makes 38 not crit. Or 38. You're 29 now anyway. 38 doesn't care
29.
regardless. But as this bites, you are also going to feel the sting of whatever concoctions she has wiped this through as she goes to strike it. And you are going to take 28 mixed points of piercing and poison damage. We have one left, the one at the table who is somehow possibly going to be the last one to die.
She bleeds for 14.
The one in front of you
Yeah, the one in front of me. Or he.
is going to bleed. He is going to bleed for 14 and die.
A final
He
retaliation
said to himself.
before exsanguination.
He gets his last, and then with that effort, just seemed to be too much.
Just a
big
stumbles and
shoulder.
like stumbles into you and just like a
Watch
drunk.
him. Well, that was something.
How are you the last one standing?
Because I'm the only
How
one
did
that's
this
been hitting.
happen? Inexplicably pinned to the table in a state of panic, the last one. I cannot believe this is the last one alive. Seeing this massive hammer flinging around, very much tunnel vision at Marshall. Very focused on the giant monster. Going to just keep hacking. For a 24 hit on the first swing.
Nope.
This pain and injury she's taking, compounding with this growing panic. 24 on the second one because it's five. I rolled 5 higher.
This is panic.
This is panic mode.
And then 19 because I rolled the same thing as the second roll. Yeah, just like flailing against you.
And then takes 4 damage.
Still up. She's actually pretty okay, all things considered.
For now.
Yeah, that's about to end.
Well, Rocher can't really conveniently get there. There's a big old marshal
Taking
in the
2
way.
strides, yeah.
Yeah, but these the holy runes seem to work out well, so she'll kind of consider that and channel this holy crimson energy into her hand, Shlade, and fling a lance of Milani's power at her. For 29.
29 will definitely hit her.
Alrighty.
Even sure I'm trying to weave it through Marshall's legs.
Oh my god.
I don't think the small d6 is like the tower.
Did they get ejected from the dice tray?
half of them
They
did.
bounced.
21 good damage.
21 good damage.
All damage is good.
And an action.
That's 2 actions. I have another action left. I'll shield up. Never know.
Crossbow bolt comes from nowhere.
Eleonora.
Oh, goodness gracious. Can I move over there?
I mean,
There's
Yeah,
a
I'm
space.
sure I
You're a
do.
swashbuckler.
come
You
on.
can do whatever you
know
want.
Yeah,
can
you
move
do
over-
kinda
You
what
know
you
you
want.
can move over there.
I mean, yeah.
That's like your
He just
5
asks
foot
questions
step.
because he likes the
I
sound
like,
his voice
I do
makes.
like the sound of my voice. We're just gonna swing for a 30.
30 will hit her.
Gone forever.
Now, she's pretty crippled at this point. Won't take much more to bring her down.
22.
22 points of damage will do it. So, Eleanor, as you flit across the battlefield here, what happens?
Oh, pretty much like deflated after that guy fell on me. So it's more of just a little bit of a walk, pat Marshall on the back of his leg, and just stand up, walk up to him, and just sink the sword right into the belly. Why are we prolonging this? They're out of her misery. Gotta put her down. Gotta put her down.
And she is still, pinned to the table. So she feels this and turns, still in this this moment of panic ending, replaced by a brief flash of clarity here, just looking briefly towards Eleonora and down to the blade. And then her own sword just tumbling out of her hands as she staggers against the table for a minute, sinking back down into the chair, having barely moved from where she started this encounter. With that, the din of battle ends.
Is it just me, or did that go impossibly well?
Says you.
How's Marshall looking?
Well,
Do you want numbers or do you want looks?
How's Marshall looking?
He's got quite a bit of acid burn across his face and his torso and parts of his arms.
He's been
He
hacked
looks
out
pretty
wildly.
bloodied up. He's standing. He's not happy. More about the acid than anything else, but
And this
Aw.
is exactly why it's good to leave a bit of room. Use big long arm, hit the people you are not standing beside.
I know, but the robot, I couldn't take it.
Somebody should tell you that you might need a little bit of therapy. I'm thinking that you might have the desire to die.
No, that's not fair. That's not fair. I asked him that not 3 days ago, and he said, actually, no, it was back in Kintargo. I asked him about back in Kintargo, and he assured me he did not, in fact, have a death wish.
are you sure
Consider
about that?
you might be gullible.
To his credit, given that situation, I believe it may actually have been the right call. We saw what those golems can do when left to their own devices previously, and if we were just
Their own
simply
devices.
grouped in the hallway to let them fire away at us, that certainly would have gone far worse.
No, certainly. Standing next to the thing as well, they're busy
saying-
getting exploded. It's certainly not very healthy. I remember that.
Are you saying Marshall made a wise tactical decision?
I'm saying
We're
it's-
saying it worked out.
And it's perhaps possible that he may have made the only possible decision.
Here, drink these down.
Before we do that, I think I have some reserves left. Let me try this.
But let's save those for while we're in battle. Let's use our resources wisely. We have some time, at least a minute or two.
I can hit some potatoes.
I don't know if that's going to help, but these might.
I'll take them both, whatever.
Now you can see that as you come in here, there are hallways splitting in two directions. One that continues. What are you rolling?
Never mind.
One that continues just forward, way you came in, seeming to loop further around the quarry, and one that forks off a bit to the left that actually tunnels a little bit further into the rock on the northern end itself. It's the first fork you've seen, other than with a weird giant crypt. And this one looks like it was mined much the same as the rest of these tunnels, that goes anywhere other than in a ring around the actual mining pit itself. From there, while you are kind of overwhelmed by the strange acrid smell of this golem and whatever smashed experiments now lay across these tables, you can still see a almost bluish, thin trailing smoke across the ceiling that dissipates a bit as it comes into this room. It seems to be wafting out of the chamber to your left.
What is that?
It looks like more trouble.
Is likely place we'd need to go to find more.
We wouldn't want to let them behind us, so we'd better get in there and take care of it.
Before we do, let us check bodies. Could have useful alchemy.
Of course.
And while there are, again, much like in the tower, an assortment of poisons and concoctions in here, stopping to figure out what they all are is a task that would take some time.
No, I'm just
Nonsense.
looking for stuff on the bodies.
You
You
would
put it on the
recognize-
scale, and then you put it in the bag.
Would recognize that the bodies definitely seem to have some of the same Addlebrain poisons that they'd had in the tower, so you end up with 8 more doses of Addlebrain. But each of them also labeled bears a greater antidote. Perhaps some mishaps may have occurred here in the past, because they all seem to be fairly prepared to, and it's It's in a prominent hip flask, easily accessible.
This is the oops.
Oh no!
I was not supposed to
So
drink
these
that.
are all clearly labeled, and they seem to be put in glass bottles, paper labels printed on them, ingredient lists and dosages and all. Greater antidotes immediately identifiable. Quick Detect Magic would also determine that there is some magic on their swords and their crossbows as well. The swords simply being +1 with lesser potency runes, and striking runes present on each of the crossbows. So 4 more +1s, 4 more +1 strikings.
Ooh, we should each take one of these antidotes in case we run into anything icky.
Or 50 more golems, perhaps.
Can I, with prescience consumable, can I get a scroll? Let's just say consumable.
Then yeah, if it'll fit within the cost.
Yeah. Hey, Resume.
Yes,
I
dear.
think I might have something in my bag I bought a while back thinking I might be able to use. And when I got it, I realized I actually can't use it at all.
Is
And
it jewelry?
I'm going to spend a minute just like pulling stuff out of my bag. I pull a box about this big, set it to my side, 7 bars of soap, a bag of coins, here it is. I hand her a scroll of haste.
Oh,
It's 30 gold coins.
I'll
this
take
is-
it off.
Yeah.
Oh, you pay
wonderful.
for it, right?
Yeah.
It's-
This is
But-
wonderful. Oh, you're going to go so fast.
Yeah, I bought it a while ago thinking, hey, this could be useful. And then I realized, I don't know magic. Can't use a scroll if you don't know magic.
But I appreciate your forward thinking. It speaks very well to your ability to think about the future.
I was just thinking how much you just reminded me of Buford.
I get that a lot.
After like a minute of backpack rummaging here, you hear coming from the room around to the left. A big hacking cough that sounds like it's some distance away, but
Acoustics.
in the adjoining chamber. Yeah, echoing through this conjoining passageway.
Oh boy, sounds like trouble.
Sounds like emphysema.
What?
Let us go and inspect the next chamber.
Krogacht. And she's going to throw up heroism with a level 6.
I'm gonna take a moderate Drakeheart potion.
I'm going to drink a lesser elixir of life.
I'm just going to eat a potato and
Are
get
you
my axe out.
Are you
Drink.
still beat up? And throw some heals on you.
I mean, I can wait, but you know,
Because when I go major curse, it becomes really hard to cast. So
Gotcha.
I might
Better
as well
to
just
get
get
it
him out of the way now.
that makes sense.
So the few
I appreciate it.
quick castings of spells and some potions. Quickly ready yourselves.
Spicy. $63 altogether.
I'll take that.
Math.
Thank you. that puts me at a good chunk.
And head over to look into the next chamber. And for the first time, you see some sign of, any effort put forth by the Scarlet Triad that are occupying this place to create comfort. Literally any comfort at all whatsoever. This big chamber has several thick, sprawling carpets spread across it, and some lush, vibrant tapestries adorning the walls. Though it's lit no better than any of the other chambers, which is some simple torches and sconces. Again, clearly some coin has been fronted to make this feel a bit less like the rough-hewn stone cavern that it is. In the northwest corner, across from you, as you poke into this short adjoining passage that's only maybe 15 feet across, you can see a velvet couch next to a delicate table with small figurines adorning across it. And there's a fairly large hookah set in front of this, responsible for the bluish smoke, kind of impressive quantities actually wafting out of whatever it is. And as you move away from the acrid burning smell of the acidic alchemy in the previous chamber,
Would I recognize this?
you could not at a distance immediately recognize what's in the hookah. No,
No,
you
from
can't,
the
like, see it.
scent and stuff.
From the scent, probably. I don't have anything specific off the top of my head of what it is.
It smells like purple.
It smells
Flay
like
leaf.
purple. It's not pesh. Flay leaf, maybe. That's a fairly common one. You would definitely recognize it as, again, a relatively expensive, more sort of designer burn. Definitely illegal most places. Definitely still available most places, but only to those with a fairly significant amount of coin. And there is a Vidrani man currently lounging in this couch, almost sprawled, holding one end of a tube connected to this thing. As soon as the group of you come in, almost kind of listlessly looking across each of you. I do not recognize any of you. Who are you?
You look a bit under the weather, as my father would say.
To nothing owing to other than my own design, perhaps. Mistress, what is your name?
Oh, Lady Resme Galadharman.
Why are we being so polite to this one?
Shh! I'm talking now. Let the adults talk.
Marshall just kind of puts an arm over his shoulder. Come on, lass.
Stab him just a little bit.
Just don't argue.
And he doesn't look armed. He, unlike the rest of the Triad Enforcers here, he bears no armor or visible weapons. He just kind of has a silken robe drawn about him. Light blue, with a red section across the bottom, and a thick gorget and a very gaudy, elaborate golden necklace across the top of that. And he looks back up and to everyone else there, who clearly are spattered in blood, full armor, weapons drawn, like murder hobos that you are.
Not me. I'm prestidigitation. I'm
You look
very
fine,
clean.
but everybody else, very murder hobo looking. Eleanor is probably drenched at this point from the bloody massacre she commits at point blank range.
That's why she wears red.
Your decor is lovely.
You like it?
It's very, luxurious.
It's a little gaudy, if you ask me.
It is a strange mixture of Qadiran and Vayrisian styles. Something that I thought mixed together very well, but is unique. To do something when I am stuck in this cave for hours and days on end.
You're from Varisia, then?
From is a difficult question to ask, or to answer. Oh. He puts the pipe, and drops it down next to the hookah, and sits himself up a little bit. Oh. I was puzzling a conundrum. I was wondering, perhaps, you seem wise. Are you familiar with Imperial Conquest?
Yes.
And he kind of points to the table he has next to the couch, which, if you're still standing around the mouth of the cave, this is like 15 feet across the room away from you, where what sits looks very akin to a chessboard, with intermittent, but black and red instead of black and white. And the pieces playing clearly a very different game from corners across each other. What is on the board here is a game that is fairly deep in progress. And he kind of gestures down to it. I have been stymied by this attack for I don't know how many times we have played. And I'm trying to puzzle through it, and perhaps a fresh set of eyes can help me.
Let me look. If you don't mind me asking, are you playing yourself? It'll help me get into the mindset.
You heading over?
Yeah.
What's everybody else doing?
I'm not letting Resme
Probably
walk
walking into the middle of the
unattended
room.
into the room.
Going with her.
I mean, the last really nicely dressed people we met had like cat heads and were casting evil magics at us. So.
Oh yeah, the Rakshasa. I totally forgot Rakshasa were in this earlier.
Yep.
My brain's still hardwired that Rakshasas War for the Crown because it was such a big thing over there. What about the rest of you?
Just walking into the room.
Yeah, I'll be
Nowhere in
too.
particular, just kind of towards the middle.
My bodyguard's in attendance. Pay them no mind.
You can see that this chamber is fairly wide. It's large like most of the rest that have been tunneled out of here. And the decorations don't extend much further than around this velvet cushioned furniture that Driffies is currently lounging upon here. The other side of the chamber to your right is more just kind of barren stone and gives way pretty quickly to a hewn staircase that leads down into another chamber. And you can see pretty straight across for a ways that goes down to a woven reed mat stretching 30, 40 feet across whatever this next room is. You can see across the northern side of the adjoining chamber several cages large enough to keep maybe a couple of people inside. And then another staircase that at this point is far enough in the distance that you can just see it's leading down and off further for dozens of feet to the east, all looking larger, connected by these rough stairs and just tunneling down into the distance. The man makes no motion to do anything as Resme approaches, other than just kind of listlessly look over and gesture down to the board. And as you look down at it, make me a society check.
It's a 13 on the die, so that's going to be a 30.
With a 30, you can see that although there are a lot of pieces on the board here, there are several avenues of attack on both to the right wings of each of the forces that really lock down most of the available moves. Assuming players that are familiar with the game and familiar with actually how most of this works, it is almost assured this game is an inevitable draw. Any action is going to be mirrored by the other side, even though the boards are quite asymmetrical. And as he kind of gestures down to it, as I said, I am the red pieces here, and I find myself in a position. Tell me, you look at the board as it now stands. Who wins this engagement, assuming it is my turn?
Assuming it is your turn, and I see from your expression that a draw would not suit you.
I would hope not.
Then your only choice is an absolute reckless all-out attack, not caring whether or not your pieces survive, only hoping to do as much damage as you possibly can and praying that a little bit of luck is with you.
And so, Rasheen, as you're up here right next to her, I imagine very unalert for anything. Are you still shield up, your exploration tactic here?
Yeah,
Are you keeping you're up here mugging this guy, shield and sword in hand?
The sword's there. I'm not on guard with the sword or anything. I guess the shield would be in front of me. Do I need to do that to pay attention to him, or?
No, I'm just asking, like, what are you doing as you're standing here? Like, what are...
I guess she'd be giving him the side eye. It doesn't make sense that she'd be, like, in a battle stance, though.
Zero faith.
Well, it's that not only that, it's like, geez, you look like someone who's in charge of this slaver camp that's kicking the door down.
Notably not a null.
Notably
He's like
not
a
a null.
dark-skinned Vidrani man.
Although, let me tell you, the Roshin that is really chewing on, hey, you know this Vayris person? Probably gonna bark it out in a few lines if it gets much further.
Yeah. So as they're looking at this game, the rest of you just kind of in the chamber.
I'd want to come over and look at it.
Well,
Trishik wants to see board.
Yeah.
Is she curious?
well, after she says that, you just kind of hear Marshall in the back going, "I taught her how to do that."
Just
rest
for
of
the
you?
hell of it, can I roll dice at the board too?
Yeah, give me a society check.
Might as well.
Give me your thoughts.
See if I even know the rules of this game.
I know how to play, yes.
Well, I might know the rules. It's a 17.
With a 17, as you look down,
You've heard of it.
it seems pretty clear to you that there is a piece sequestered in the back of the red side, just one tile out of the corner, that has a perfect lane to dive directly in, applying a lot of pressure that the black is going to have to react to, which will certainly give red a pretty large upper hand.
It does not seem Resme is giving bad advice. You have peace here. It could go straight through. Cause a reaction.
We're seriously doing this. Who's your opponent?
I have marked
Perhaps
this
if we
man
know
for
your
death.
opponent, we might know better what a good strategy we could use.
As Driffies looks up towards Trishik and shakes his head. Perhaps such a move could work if I was playing children. Or an apprentice who was just learning the rules of the game. But such is easily punished.
It's an elegant bait, but bait nonetheless.
You see a similar line on the far side, and if they respond in kind, their position is much stronger. This tactic almost assuredly leads to a loss. Roisin, make me a perception check as you're over here looking like...
You see a piece on the board that could do that.
It's only a... God dang it, my perception is terrible today. It's only a 26.
26, as you're looking through, you're skeptical, right? So, like, you're glancing at this board here, but, like, if you even know how to play Imperial Conquest,
I don't
maybe
care,
only
yeah.
the most basic. You surely are looking for, how does this go horribly wrong?
That's basically
and
it, yeah.
as you can see on
And
this
possibly,
man,
how can I make it go horribly wrong?
he is, positioned as he is on this couch, he is not really angled to easily, like, surprise throw himself at you. And the way his robes hang as he's almost kind of sideways here, leaning over the arm of the couch to gesture towards these pieces, there's no conceivable way he could be hiding like a blade or something that his robe would not give away. He truly does not seem to be armed. Like, theoretically, it's possible there could be something stashed in the cushions of the couch, but you do not see any sign that there are weapons anywhere that this man can access.
Right. Well, before we go getting too distracted by this very pretty board game here, where's Vayris?
That is the same question. Here, mistress. There is a gambit that I believe, and perhaps you can learn too. You have failed to see. And as he reaches down to the board, over towards the red pieces, he, lightning grip. He moves his fingers to the edge of the board and flips the entire board off the table.
Well, it's about dang time.
But he doesn't, like, fling it at you. He just, like, flips it. Kind of a grin in his face.
Roisin was about to smash the board with his sword.
Oh, fair
This is
enough.
great.
Sending the pieces, and they look like pretty finely carved glass and crystal scattering across the ground. Several of them hit and crack and chip. But two of the black pawns, as they collide, shatter completely into mere powder. Nothing left behind but a splash of glittering sand across the stone floor. And coalescing out from where they had landed, two humanoid shadows with lashing tendrils of darkness reaching out around them rise and coalesce from the ground.
You have an odd sense of tactics.
Rosemary, the next time you want to talk to someone nicely in this quarry, just don't, okay?
Yeah, we're over
Can
to-
I roll deception
And
for feigning interest to get close to this guy?
absolutely, as that flips and these shadows form, clearly poised to attack, then turns and looks up towards you, his grin widening, his face elongating and fur growing out around it, as his head transforms into that of an orangutan. You would do well, perhaps, to listen to your friends. The game is not always what is important.
A hand marshal potato. You win
And-
the bet.
Oh, look, it's another Rakshasa. Who would
It's
have
another
possibly thought?
Rakshasa!
This is my surprised face.
Roll initiative.
Oh god, what
But
are
I
they weak
so-
against?
I still wanted to learn how to play the game.
Oh, right.
Oh, Roshin's ready.
Of course.
Shane's upset. Shane's mad she had to sit through this.
Battle cry? Question mark?
Oh yeah, Roshin's gonna be screaming at him.
In their face.
What are you scream? Which one are you screaming at?
Here is-
that a 20?
A well-dressed orangutan.
That's a well-dressed orangutan.
Ooh.
Who would have guessed?
And here are two shadow demons.
Interesting.
Now, Trishik, you may absolutely roll deception for initiative. As a matter of fact, that's what the Rakshasa is rolling for initiative. Let's go around. Start with, let's get Eleanor out of the way.
After you.
Hey, Rasheen.
Is Eleanor doing, hey, it's an orangutan?
Yeah.
Alright.
Hey, that guy's an orangutan.
Thank you, +1. I'll have a 39.
Woo! That's 20.
So ready. That was an 18.
Pretty spicy. Resume?
Yep. You look behind you to see me passing potatoes to
I also have a 39.
had
Who wants to
that
go
going.
first?
I
would like to go
I
first.
think she should go first,
Me.
which is the
Other way
opposite of
around.
what you did.
Oh, whoops. How about you, Marshall?
I'm bad at math, so 35.
You guys were super
Man, if I was bad at math, I'd get a good number too.
It's
A 28. He didn't really believe I cared about the game.
like actually trying to look at the game. Like he was trying to be deceptive, but he's like, well, hold on a minute. Hold on, no, I've done. I swear I've played this before.
I got the number I wanted.
Where is your deception, good sir? It's gonna be a 43. Or the orangutan?
That sounds like a nat 20 to me.
Nope.
Oh boy. I hope he's not a fainter.
Battle cries.
And a couple of shadows.
Of course.
I love these bestiary cards, if for no other reason than to put up the
They're
cool
really
spooky
cool.
art.
Yeah,
Because they
really
don't show up super great on the token just because of how they are.
No.
Okay, that's what I'm talking
Trishiki had 28.
Yes.
29s on the shadows. Well, it's Battlecry. Who we saw? Oh, Valia. I even have her token right here, and I like went around
Oh
it
my
to not
god.
pick it up.
We
33.
forgot Volley again.
33. Marshall had 35, so 33 is in here. Yeah. Who's getting? Are we all screaming at the orangutan?
I'm screaming at the orangutan.
Fair enough.
I too shall scream at said orangutan.
How?
I don't know how that happened.
Oh, you did way better than I did.
I'm assuming intimidating prowess is okay.
Absolutely, you can physically. All you want is to physically.
all I
menace
really
this
want to
man.
do.
That's all you've been
I get a 35.
35 will succeed. He even as he has this grin, you can sense that his confidence is a bit of a front. He can't destroy the chessboard for everyone that comes in here, so he's a little worried about it. But as he readies, he stands, he looks across the room. He sees you two pretty close to him. No armor lady with a big sword, no armor lizard with the bow, and a dwarf with two ginormous weapons on him. And Valia stand there looking pretty ready with one arm. Durfees turns and looks up. You! I deal with them. Handle your friends. Dominator. And casts a spell, and you immediately feel yourself start to lose control. Make me a will save.
Oh, will save, you say. 29?
The 29. That's gonna fail. You are mind controlled,
Oh,
and you see Marshall immediately turn back towards Eleonora and Valia as he starts to rage. I will take your turn for you.
do you need my character sheet, sir?
No, I'll just tell you what to do. It's okay.
Don't you dare. Don't you even think about it for a single second.
And then he is going to turn,
I'm
stand,
sorry, guys.
standing up from the couch, over towards his new ally, kind of forming a front with him and Marshall as they turn. He saw his one hand folded inside of his robe, pretty nonchalant. The other just kind of up, almost limp-wristed in front of him, waiting. Resume.
Resme is going to mobility 15 feet back around Shushik and Roshin over there. Yes, excellent. And these look like traditional demons. Can I get a knowledge check on them?
Absolutely. What is your religion modifier? Does your
boy.
thing is you can't fail on items, right? You can still fail on creatures.
I can fail on creatures,
Okay.
yeah.
What's your religion?
+3. I know things, but not these things.
What you see here, well, the good news is that you fought a Rakshasa before, and you know somewhat of what they're capable of. What he has in the chess pieces are similar to the ghosts that have been conjured up throughout Targo. It is the same kind of magic. They are illusions is not the right way to describe them, really, but they are quasi-real.
Like phantoms?
But they're not from another plane.
They are not from another plane. They are manifestations of magic. And as such, just like the haunts, the two things that they are weak to are... I mean, you literally could exorcise the hounds before, or they could be dispelled directly. As you have one action left.
Shield.
Sounds like a good one action left. Rasheen?
So she sees the Rakshasa kind of wave out towards Marshall. She's seen Rakshasa do this before, and she looks at Marshall as his eyes get a little glassy, and she somehow gets even paler. And so she's going to drop her sword, slide over to Marshall with a step, and fling her arms underneath his knees before he gets angry and try to topple him to the ground.
Okay.
So that's a trip attempt.
Yeah, athletics versus your reflex DC.
Which is plus 10, right?
Yeah, plus 10, whatever reflex it is.
So that's going to be a 32.
That passes.
I will knock Marshall over.
Get your head in the game, Marshall! And she's going to shield up.
Marshall, as you knock him down, controlled now by this Rakshasa, axe already in hand, is already raging. And getting toppled over is just going to make that worse. And he's still on the ground, but he is going to enlarge, not even bother to right himself. What did you have out in your hand? Was it rectangle or your axe?
It was rectangle.
Rectangle, you are just going to take a big old swing of volley for me.
So 32 minus, well, I'm prone, right?
Minus 2 is prone, yeah.
So 30.
30 is gonna blapper.
I'm sorry about that. 29 plus 3, 32.
32 points of damage. So as this hammer comes wheeling along on the ground, slamming into Valia. 32, you said?
Yes.
Well, it's really easy for me to add to this number. It's gonna shunt her back, knocking her, just fully knocking her against the stone of the cave. She's still up, but she stumbles just barely. And the Rakshasa kind of smiles and points at Rizme. You're gonna bring your hammer around and whack it down on her.
Nibble dodge.
I rolled a 1.
Ooh! Some part of Marshall doesn't want to bash Rizme's head open.
That's a bad idea. Hypothetically.
Wait, that's my healer.
Well, as he kind of like rolls over, tries to swing the hammer, he just kind of winces like, must fight.
And with that, a hero point from Mirne1116 in the chat. At the end of your turn, make me a will save.
He's gonna.
Hero point.
I'm going to redeem
Well, the
that.
comment with that was, stop being controlled, please.
I'm trying.
Oh.
A call
So
from a different dimension.
Marshall like adjusts and even bites his own like lip just to like feel something else to distract him from the mind control. With just
That's twice as good as what you rolled.
this is true. It's gonna be a 21. It's gonna sit there, probably not pass at
You
all.
are still controlled, yes.
Yep. I'm sorry, guys.
And Edwir,
Seriously?
sentiti libero di pronunciare questa frase con preferici. And have a villain point in Jotun.
That sounded very believable. That's someone who
He's
doesn't
played
speak Italian.
a lot of Assassin's Creed.
Oh,
Oops, I double hit that. I'm not at 4, I'm at 3. But I
We hate
will add Edwir.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chad. I disappointed you.
Yeah, now Valia, as she stumbles and winces, pretty well hurt. Marshall's on the ground. Still, he's fighting it, but he's still a big threat. She's gonna step back and turning towards the Rakshasa and the two shadows. So you're gonna see her eyes kind of light up as she leans against the wall. And as she speaks, this blue light emanates out from her mouth. Clear the way. These strange, illusory shadow beasts here. One of them is going to. One of them is already in range of Trishik, so he's in a great place. He doesn't need to do a whole lot of stuff, really. The shadow's just going to manifest next to you, and these tendrils are immediately going to reach out towards you. However, this shadow, though it has a bit of a faint shimmering figure standing, the tendrils and most of these extensions are literal shadows. They're not coming out of the thing. They're coming out of the light it's casting on the ground from the torch. And these tendrils don't come out at you. They just move towards your shadow. For a 26.
That is a miss.
And go try it again. For a 28.
That is a miss.
And as it reaches out, you dance with your shadows to try to avoid this thing's attacks. Is then going to slink up adjacent to you, getting just a little bit closer. The second of them is going to
shadow
pull these,
box before.
It's going to pull these tendrils together around its own shadow, flickering out kind of right before the party nexus orangutan. And what sounds almost like it could possibly be speech, but just rolling mumbles emanate from it. And so too does darkness roll out from its shadow. First, the torch behind it is extinguished, and the next down the line, as the room is plunged quickly into darkness. If you got dark vision, you're chilling. If you don't, you are currently blinded. Rashik, you have dark vision.
For roughly 15 minutes. So let's not be here for 15 minutes.
Still got it for a bit.
Well, it tried to hit me. I don't really understand what this thing is, but it appears to have a form in front of me, so...
Yeah, well, its shadow is attacking your shadow. It wasn't attacking you. The form was just kind of menacing, like floating alongside, facing you. It has no eyes or features that could really watch you. It was just there.
Well, I'm gonna try and rake my claws through it. And I'm gonna feint it first.
Okay.
For a 30.
Yeah, 30 will critically succeed. It doesn't react that terribly quickly. It barely seems to react really at all, assuming perhaps the darkness would have protected it.
So pretending to go up and draw my bow, provoking a response, instead my claws will surge forward in a piercing motion. And realizing that they go into basically nothing with a nat 1, I'm going to close my claws around it and try and rake them through this form that I'm stabbing into. Trying to grab onto just anything in this weird darkness for a 25 against its flat-footed.
25 will catch its flat-footed. It is immune to precision, so you do not get the sneak attack. Doesn't have a proper form.
Let me re-roll these.
Oh, if you had DC, yeah, if you don't know which one, sorry. I should have said them in advance. But,
No, I just pick up the bundle of 5 dice and roll them.
It has no proper form with which to do the sneak attack.
So it takes 11 damage then.
Alright, so as your claws pull through it, just barely catching at anything, almost no resistance. In the darkness, even with your dark vision, these things are walking shadows. They're near invisible to you. You're sure your claw went through it, but it caught almost nothing. That was almost wholly resisted.
Well, then I'll try again. Feint 1 attack, and then I'll try this time just swiping clean through rather than punching through. That's a little bit better. That's actually the exact same roll, I believe. No, that's a 27.
27 will hit. I love the shadows. The shadow
So-
sounds on sirens.
It is pretty cool.
That is 10 slashing.
And that one, as it passes through, is nothing at all.
You cannot stab or slash. Find a different way to hit them.
Eleonora can't
well-
see.
I can't find a single thing in this stag blast of darkness. Am I the only one who can't see right now? Is that just a me problem, or is
Just
that
kind of
everyone's
here.
problem?
No, I'm quite blind too. It's quite inconvenient.
All right.
You are fools to come here.
Well, you were fool to stand against us, but hey, here we are. We're all fools in this room.
You.
If he's talking to him, I'm gonna try to follow his voice and take a 5-foot step in the direction of his voice.
Yeah, he's not really hiding where he is. So, I mean, what square he's in, you're fine. You're just going to have 50% miss chance.
All right.
You can't step in darkness as everything's difficult terrain to you,
Okay.
but you can stride up to him.
I'll stride up to him. And I guess this is you. I'm gonna swing. Sorry, Roshina, to hit you.
Give me your concealment first.
Roll a 13.
Okay? You find him.
A natural 20 to hit him.
Woo!
There you go.
Yeah,
We'll get that pride out of you real quick, boy.
41 points of it's it's 9 slashing plus the 10 from 4 precise and 6 because they have resistance to slashing, right? That's the thing.
Well, but the
You're
It
hitting
doesn't
it on
matter. You
also
give me the
slashing.
you give me the
Yeah,
total
add them
number, and then I deal with
Alright,
that.
it's a total because there's also 2 cold damage in that too. So it's
Yeah, you can take the gold.
yeah, so it's 19, so 38 slashing damage.
38 slashing damage. Okay.
And
And
then-
they are resistant to slashing damage, so he is going to take less than that.
Yeah.
But he is going to take a good chunk of it. You're going to still catch your blade, bring it across something. And you hear him just suck in for a brief moment in pain.
That was,
Oh, I think I got him.
was that you? Well, we're gonna try one more time for a bleeding finisher.
In the dark.
Concealment.
In the dark. In the dark. Concealment.
It looks like a
It
17.
looks like a 17. I'm gonna move everything so it's not clocked anymore.
That looks like a 17.
It's a 17
It stayed there.
Concealment
Through concealment.
or a 21.
21 isn't going to come close. Your blade catching nothing but air on
Coward.
this second swing. And thinking with my brain. Yeah, this is back to him. I was like, I was trying to think. I was like, I couldn't remember what Resme did in her turn, but that's bad. She can't. I remember. So, the two of you that can see, you see Driffies take this hit from the sword and stumble a bit. The grin doesn't really leave his face. The shadow's near invisible in the corners. But he takes this one hand and raises it. Another incantation, Inspiratione Spiritus. And with the end of that, pushes out towards Eleonora in front of him. You are mind controlled, so you don't take an AOO on him, obviously, because you wouldn't do that. I don't think you take reactions at all while you're controlled. But as he reaches out, all of you would see a flash of light fill the room, and you'd see him illuminated with his hand outward, his fingers straight down towards Eleonora's heart, and the room lit by a glow, a blast, a phantasm, a spectral image of Eleonora being blasted backwards out of her for a brief moment. before it
Arcanum
disappears.
Contora! Arcane countermeasure.
Okay. And do you? I guess you don't need to be able to see it. You can hear.
Yeah, it's
you
a
can
spell
You got
you
enough.
cast.
Yeah, you can do spell things. Make me a fortitude save, Eleonora.
+2.
Minus 1.
That's gone forever.
I'm not looking hot over here, so 24.
24
I'm not looking anymore.
is not a critical failure, so that's good.
That's good.
It's also reduced by levels, if that matters.
Doesn't on this one right now. Which is good, because if you didn't have the +2, it absolutely would have critically failed if were it not for arcane countermeasures. So you ate half of this damage with that spell. But as you feel this, Eleanor, you feel no physical pain. The world goes black. You hear him incant, but nothing even really appears to happen, save for it kind of feels almost like you're floating. The room almost goes totally silent. As this magic does not attack you, it attacks your soul.
I have one of those.
You had one of those.
Punched you in the soul.
So,
You're going to take 58 points of force damage.
And that's half.
No, he failed.
Oh, fail, yeah.
He's taking that's full. And then following that up, this brief moment of almost floating and like, complete negation of senses, like there's nothing, is punctured by pain as you feel fangs bite into you. And Trishik, you can see that he moves his hand to the side and literally just leans forward to bite at her, going in almost up at her shoulder like he's a freaking vampire.
can I nimble dodge that? I can't even see.
You can't see it, so you can't use the reaction to a trigger you're not aware of.
That's fair.
I'm going to use villain points, Dragonic Soul. Thank you for this one. Taking a coin as he reaches down and almost kind of instinctively you jump back from this as if you did notice something, and he takes a step forward, almost as if he was embracing Eleonora as he
like
goes to
hookah.
bite.
Get away.
For a 40 to hit.
That crits. Yeah, that crits.
Piercing damage time. 42 points of piercing damage.
Eleanor falls.
I don't have to move you. You're already in the right place. And Trishik, you can see Eleonora go down. Marshall can see it, but there's not much he can really do about it at the moment other than fight harder. You went down to a crit.
Does that make me even more angry?
You are dying too. Makes you even more angry, but at the moment, that's not great for the party. Resme.
Resme will lean down and touch her amulet. That will give her dark vision for 10 minutes.
Okay. And as you reach to use that, Marshall's hammer slams down towards you once more.
I'm sorry.
Nibble dodge.
Nimble dodge. You can't. Marshall's loud enough. Well, what did you get?
Well, I'm prone, so that's -2,
-2,
right?
yep.
So that's gonna be
Also,
30.
your arcane countermeasured. Oh, it's your turn actually.
33.
33's gonna give her a
it's
smack.
a
I'm
hit.
pretty sure.
Give me a second. I have to do math. 20. 30, 31,
exactly
32.
Oh, I'm sorry,
33.
32.
You're
Then that misses.
You're flat-footed because you can't see him.
Why? I just gave myself dark vision.
It triggers before the activation.
Yeah, before the thing goes off. That's why the crit didn't go off from the strike before. You're getting dark vision, but you can't see it coming.
Okay. Then that's just a hit.
Okay.
AOs are immediate actions in response to something.
Interesting.
Uh, 35.
5 points of damage, but you do still get your dark vision.
And
And
that
then,
will eat through my temp.
yeah, as you take this,
Sorry.
you see the room come in around you. My favorite part, you have good players and they get mind control and they're like, "Oh, sorry!" Bam! And that leaves you with 2 actions left still. You can see this hammer, and you can hear the rubble flying as his hammer bites into the wall behind Resme as he smashes it, sending shards of stone across the floor.
It would not be a bad idea to give light. Not everyone can see.
Oh god, lumens! And she'll throw light on the back wall that's right behind her.
Bop.
Yeah. Please no. So as you bring that one up, a little bit of light filling the chamber because your cantrips scale up. It pierces through the darkness somewhat, illuminating the room enough that everybody can see the fight that is happening here, but the light is clearly muted and only coming from this one source now.
Go back to
Rashid.
your litter box.
Alright. So the light's gonna come by. Eleanor is down and bleeding out on the floor. But she's fought Rakshasa before, and I know trying to get a stabilize off is actually probably not gonna work on her anyway. So she's gonna draw her attention. She's gonna raise her shield first to kind of get on guard, a little shaken, stare over at the shadow demons and touch her sigil. Milani, banish these like you did the others, and try to force an exorcism out on the shadow.
And as you focus for an action, and you pray, and you do what you had done before, when the was the hound that was descending on you.
Actually, I did it with the ghosts of
The ghost is what it was. The
Barsley
ghost of
Throne.
Barzillai, right? The actual
Yep.
ghost itself. The orangutan pulling back up from Eleanor as she drops to the floor. He's standing like right next to you. He doesn't turn to face you. He just turns his head across his shoulder. And still, in darkness, all mortals can do is cry out to their gods, uselessly. You feel a bit of a warmth almost from your symbol. As if you have heroism on right now.
I do.
But you feel further reinvigorated. You are confident that Milani is with you. But these creatures are truly here. And prayer will not banish them.
Okay. Was that one action? Or...
Failed. It was one action. I love critically played no checks. Honestly, they're so neat flavor-wise. And you can see the shadow right there is right up next to you as the lights come back.
Gotcha. Okay, that's lovely. Well, I've got no weapon in my hand, but I'm going to. My sword's at my feet.
You can just pick it up.
I can pick it up. All right. Oh, that's not good. All right. Kick the sword up into my hands and just scoop it.
All right.
Back away from Marshall. Give him some space. That's my 3 actions. Raise shield, try to banish, and scoop the sword.
Marshall is going to right himself now as he stands up behind Rashid and continue his assault towards Resme.
Nimble dodge.
Another mighty swing of the hammer.
Well,
23.
23 is going to miss. He's going to pull it around and do it again.
well.
Even less.
He's fighting it. He is fighting it.
So far, his
As he's trying to
attack
swing, he's just like, run, Loss,
Maybe-
run.
Resme has little anime cat eyes right now.
So far, the attack rolls at Resme have been a 1, a 2, and a 3.
He is fighting it. Maybe a will save.
Don't roll a 4.
You listen. I would say something, but this is a family-friendly channel.
Family-friendly channel.
16.
Close. 15 plus 17, that's 32.
That's exactly the DC.
Woo!
Fighting through it, pulling that last hammer back, you can see Marshall is it's like a level of rage. Literally shaking his head.
You stupid monkey!
He's back, boys.
With the power of chivalry. I can't hit a girl.
Right, chivalry.
Valia is gonna hold for a moment because she can't do anything against these shadows. She's gonna go right before the Druffies and see if there's any way she can help there. With the light back in the room, now everyone's shadows cast out against them to the north. Trishik, your assault from this thing is cast starkly across the stone and across the shattered piece of the board he flipped over as it continues with these tendrils reaching out towards your shadow, trying to grab at you.
Nimble dodge.
Nimble dodge. 32.
Just barely hits.
And as this shadow
touched my
connects,
shadow.
yeah, as this shadow connects with your shadow, where it touched on the floor, these shadows long from the slide on the wall next to you. You're gonna feel that same region of you with a dull, pulsing pain. You're going to take 16 points of negative damage. And you see the shadow, and all of you can see the shadow grab at Trishik's arm where it hit, wrap around him and yank and pull him down. You're disjointed from your shadow now. You can see your shadow being grabbed. You're not. It's not touching you. But your shadow on the floor is being grappled and consumed. You feel a strange weight weigh on you, and you're enfeebled too.
Yeah.
Give this up.
Hey, you know, that doesn't really affect
Doesn't
me.
do a whole lot to you. Then it is going to attempt to continue this relentless assault. Much lower, because it's 32, so it's 26, and then 5 below that, so 21. The other shadow up here is going to similarly grapple your shadows across the couch, resumes, and strangely the drawn along across the floor form of this thing, which is near transparent. Clearly can't be casting a shadow traditionally. It's going to reach for a 25.
So who's it swinging after?
You.
Okay, me. 25. What she's going to actually do is she's going to flick the shield, and the shadow of the shield will intercept the shadow
You'll see
tendril.
it deflect this. As the Rakshasa, still kind of standing, is almost turned, almost bored of dealing with you, watching these shadow battles play across the floor. The shadow swings again for a nat 20.
Oh, okay. Well, it's
Which
going
would be a 33.
her arms in the air, and it's going to slide under and tag her on her side.
And it's going to wrap around for math 34 points of negative damage.
And if I can, I'm going to shield block that and slam that shield down to try to
Absolutely shield block that.
knock that.
Is it weird? Yes. Can you do it? Also, yes.
Oh, your shadow has
Well,
a shield.
Milani is within his shield, and she's trying to help him a little.
Not a Redeemer Paladin, so no, she's not. So 34 minus 13, 21.
And as you take that damage, again, you will see this thing start to wrap around and consume the shadow of Roshin, and you as well are enfeebled too.
Okay.
Rashik.
I'm not grappled.
No. You just the effect is you're enfeebled. You have free movement. It's not restraining you at all, it's restraining your shadow.
Well, there's a problem in this room that I have an answer to, and it's not these things. I'm going to... I can't tell, but is there a square behind that shadow?
There's a couch.
There is a couch. You can stand up on the couch.
It works for me. Gonna get flanking on the Rakshasa. And over the battle here, over towards Roshin. If you hit them with sword, it's probably more effective than me. It's good damage versus evil, as I bring my my claws down into the back of this orangutan with piercing. Because I remember what it was like to cut into the other ones.
Oh, yes, that makes sense.
All right, it was
Wait a minute, what did you
piercing.
say about evil?
Cut them down. For a 28 against his flat-footed.
28 as you step up, taking position to swing at him. He just kind of lazily, almost lazily but quickly, leans back away from the blow. 28's not going to land.
And then I
He
will,
is quick. He's just doesn't care that much right now.
I'll do it again. Just 2 quick jabs.
Poke, poke.
Same thing, -5, so or -4.
So yeah, these two strikes both going to fall, unfortunately. Eleonora, we have the spooky roll.
Can this be moved after the Rakshasa?
Oh, she is. Yeah, she would be right after the rock. Oh, it is before. It's immediately before. Or you just go again. And then Valia waited. So you are dying too, which means that you have a DC 12 check to stabilize. That if you critically fail, is the death of Eleanor, which Buddy is going to be very upset about when he hears about it. So
Don't let it happen. Got a 13.
13 is good. 13 puts you at the dying 1.
See, you just don't roll bad.
Don't let it happen.
I can't tell you how annoying it is as like a divine healer to be able to do absolutely nothing for a character who's dying right next to you.
Just healer.
Huh?
Just healer.
Oh, how's that all?
I don't even think we can stabilize her.
Nope. Positive necromancy trait. They can't do it.
I can give
just
her a
love
potato.
Thing.
I can't do it.
Valia.
Traditional medicine.
Yeah, okay.
Valia is going to stagger forth,
You're basically allergic to all antibiotics.
putting herself up in front of Resme and taking up a position almost over Eleonora, kind of like guarding her. And while she is not flanking, she's gonna grit her teeth. She clearly is having difficulty even keeping her feet right now. But she is going to feint at Druffies. With difficulty keeping her feet. 24 is good. She's gonna fail to feint him. She does not have the coordination to do that right now. A lumber into a quick strike for a 38, which will absolutely pierce him. Not a critical hits. No sneak attack, unfortunately. But 14 points of piercing damage. Give him a good poke. And then as he looks around again, unbothered, just watching this all happen, still kind of a smile on his face, he takes this one stab and shudders a bit, and turns to Valia, and just reaches out to flick his palm forward, almost as a blunt-handed strike towards her. 29.
Hey.
Exactly your AC.
Oh.
He's gonna catch her. For 24 points of damage.
The monsters have learned how to deal with the tank. You don't swing at them. Curses.
She gets this one strike on him. He turns and just cracks his palm right up in the center of her chest. And she just crumples.
We're gonna pile all the balls right.
No one else stand there.
Next.
The square is cursed. Don't go here. Just gonna turn and see Marshall has turned back. Has literally shaken his head and yelling down at him. Why? You could have lived. You could still choose to. I tire of your magics. Pusilianimis. Which does provoke, but he really doesn't seem to care. Smack him.
29.
2 flat-footed.
29 2 flat-footed. As you bring your hammer down, he casts his spell and just kind of sidesteps, and the hammer crashes into the ground right next to him. 29 does not quite get his flat-footed.
Nimble
We
dodge.
have the number.
You don't need the nimble dodge because this, my friends, is a will save
On
My
everyone?
friends or
on you.
On just me.
Oh.
What's the resume? I got tired of your magic. You.
Pretty good.
you said my friends and had me concerned for a second.
Everybody.
It's gonna be a 36.
36 will succeed. You are stupefied too.
Ugh.
As you
God,
feel
what would
this,
failing be like?
Instant death.
you feel like the world
Okay.
is kind of speeding up, or rather, your thoughts are just slowing down. It becomes difficult to process what's happening around you. You almost feel confused, like you can't put thoughts together. And that's a success. So it is your turn, Esme.
Stupefied 2 is so annoying. Someone who routinely inflicts it on himself.
Oh, I also don't have to. If people keep going down to the boss, we don't have to move their initiatives if they go right before him.
Isn't that convenient?
Super convenient.
Resme will pull out a scroll that she's been saving and unfurl it and intone Murin Incantata and cast Wall of Stone up between her and one of the demon things against the wall. Go in your cage.
Alrighty. Make me the stupefied check.
That's a 12.
12 passes?
Yep.
So you make a wall. Because you are tired of dealing with these idiots. Kind of as a wall of stone. How wide's a wall of stone?
It's going to
Is it actually like 5 feet wide? Does it?
120 foot long, 20 feet high, each 5 foot. Oh,
Is that wide
It's
it
like
is?
inches.
Okay, that's
It's
what I
in
was wondering. Like,
inches,
does
yeah.
it take up the whole square?
No,
or is it
no,
like a
no.
bit- Okay, so you want to put it right next to you or right next to it?
Right next to me, actually.
Okay,
There we
so
go.
Right up here.
It can have its little corner.
No.
Yeah.
You stay over there.
Ha!
I mean, it works.
All right, everyone, gang up on the 2 that are left.
And you have an action left.
You just gotta stand up.
Oh God, that's right. She's gonna move back around the corner.
Skitter.
Rasheen.
A page out of True Sheik's book.
It's 3 actions.
Oh, that's right. It's
Oh,
3
it's also
actions.
3
I don't get
actions.
to stay.
Oh, that was
I
on me. I thought you had an action left. Rasheen, regardless.
So Roshin has a sword out. She knows it doesn't work well on a Rakshasa, but I bet you it works just fine on a Shadow Demon. So she's gonna raise her sword and shield in this hand, sword in this hand. Even though I
Raise
made
the
her a
sword and
lefty.
swing with the shield.
Yeah, bonk. No, I'm confused. I'm gonna get that shield up on guard and swing down at the Shadow Demon and try to catch it.
All right.
-2 is gonna negate from enfeebled. Is gonna negate my heroism bonus. So
Okay.
just
So it's a net. That's a wash.
So that's gonna be a 31.
31 definitely catches it.
Okay, and it's not flanked actually.
It's not flanked, no.
I'm assuming the evil Shadow Demon.
The shadow will absolutely take the holy damage, yes.
Alrighty, 6 good damage to that. Let's see, so that's 13 plus 6 is 19 slashing and good.
Okay. And it does seem to recoil from this. It's clearly pretty unhappy about the good damage. How much that was slashing?
The slashing amount was 13.
Okay. You do feel like the blade of your sword is just passing right through this, with a flash of light from this holy rune, but the sword itself doing precious little to the actual shadow.
Okay. Well, I've only got 1 action left.
But it does seem exceptionally easy to hit. It's making no efforts to dodge you, really. It's just sort of standing there.
All right. Well, menacingly.
That is very menacing.
I'm gonna whap it again if it lets me. Let's see. Oh, not with a roll like that. It's probably not. That's gonna be a 20.
Not quite that easy.
Not quite that easy.
It's not 20 easy. Okay, calm down. You took
right.
that a little too far.
I'm out of actions.
I'm out.
Marshall, who is no longer dominated.
Yeah, monkey. Bop. For a 29 again.
At 29 as you swing down again, he's just going to quickly, deftly sidestep this. The hammer smashing into the ground as he just bobs back and forth around this mallet. You got a real big, slow mallet. And he's pretty quick.
I'm gonna grab him.
Fair enough. He will be less quick when grabbed.
That one.
So as you reach down you let go of your hammer, reach down with one hand to try to grab onto him. He turns back and throws out the hand that's been in his robe and simply throws it into the side of your knee. It doesn't look like it's that forceful, but it completely knocks your leg out from under you and throws you back prone.
Well, I will stand right back up with my last action.
So, there's a shadow that is currently grappling Rasheen. It's having a perfectly good time with that. So it's just gonna keep doing that.
That thing.
Am I still enfeebled?
Yes.
No, you're in trouble. It's
As it's
different.
holding on to Rasheen, it's going to continue trying to wrap around and further work the your shadow that it's got a hold of. That's going to swing at you for a 30 even.
30 even because I took a strike at it. That is not gonna do it. She's invigorated with her battle spirit. Let's fight it off.
Trying again is going to be much worse. And then a good roll, but that's far too late. Trying desperately, but seemingly kept at bay by the magic inside your blade. The rune seeming to actually ward it off decently well. Resume, as you seal off with a wall of stone here and turn back to face the battle, Trishik in the back will be the one who sees the shadows simply emerge
Fair enough.
from the wall next to her. You see the shadow of this thing's tentacles kind of whirling across the stone, and then it's formed. And then soon enough, the incorporeal, transparent body of this thing comes out entirely. Its tentacles moving down to splay across the floor from the light to reach out towards Resme's shadow.
Nimble dodge.
Incorporeal. Wall of stone. It was worth a shot.
More like I crit failed, so I feel like I have.
That's perfectly good stupefied actions to take. That is going to be a 33.
29, 30, 31.
So much math.
32, 33. Yeah, that's just gonna catch me.
All right, you are going to take pretty low roll. 14 points of negative damage.
Oof.
As it does what they've been doing. The shadow latches onto yours, and you are enfeebled too. Oh no, the sorcerer is enfeebled. Whatever will we do?
Oh boy.
Dex rogue and the sorcerer have both been enfeebled.
Rashik.
Despite your best efforts, you'll not be leaving this room alive. And I'm going to intimidate the Rakshasha. For a 32.
Doesn't seem very spooked. He turns up to you on the couch. You think this is a time for bravado and bluster?
Absolutely. As I lunge down with the claws again. I am impressed. We've rolled a 7 every time we go to hit this guy. That's a different dice. That's another 7. We're having the Ruhr issue.
It happens in climaxes
Yeah.
consistently.
And second strike. So looking for something not a 7, please. I don't care if it's lower. Just thank you. It's not a 7.
I don't want better. I just want different. Alright, Eleonora and Volley are both dying 1.
I'm dying 2. I rolled an 8.
Dying 2.
Struggling with
Volley is
some-
also dying 2.
I'm struggling with some immortal concepts here.
Both of you kind of in a heap. Not looking fantastic.
Who smells better?
And as he looks towards Trishik and towards the rest of the party, kind of dipping around these blows, sidestepping the hammers, knocking Marshall down. He's just sort of effortlessly fighting the combined assault from the two of you as these shadows float around to harass Roshin and Resme. Etarithis. Receptor Seeper! And attack of opportunity. He puts his hand up at the end of this, snaps his fingers, and the sound of this is shattering, echoing through all of your heads. And I need everybody to make me a will save.
Arcane countermeasure. My last one.
All right, will save me.
Oh,
Everyone get +2.
I actually did good on that one.
Kushik,
30.
with a 30, you are stunned 1. Marshall,
Arcane
37.
Circumstance.
37, you're fine.
Lowers his DC.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fine. You're dying on the floor. Roshin's with math, so Resme,
38.
you're fine.
34.
You're
If it's
fine.
a success, it's crit. Okay.
It was actually already a crit success.
Oh.
So you're good. So you feel as this magic kind of snaps on you. Trishik, you're stunned 1 and staggers you a little bit. But you feel like this magic he put out is weak. Like he's not even bothering to really cast full strength spells anymore. But you feel this wave kind of shake and this crack of the snap staggering you for a moment. But Sheik, you push through it, seeing this fight in a very different light than he is, surely. Resme.
Resme, seeing these, that Valya is down on the ground, is going to lean down and stabilize her.
I guess you can't do so much to Eleonora.
Um,
As that goes through, you feel this magic kind of take hold. Yeah, you know, positive works on her.
Not all I can do for her right now,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
and, I mean, she's not dying.
And a stabilize is 2 actions,
Yep.
right? And then
You can also attempt to medically stabilize somebody, but you have to pull out your tools, and it's like a medicine check. And
I have a +3. I feel
Fair
like
enough.
that's a really bad idea.
probably a bad idea.
And then I'm going to use mobility to move away from the spirit and try to get behind Marshall.
Alrighty. And as you move, and you can all see this thing's shadow cast across the east of the chamber from this light to its left, holding on to Resme's. Resme moves, her shadow doesn't. It just shrinks and contorts to stay in place, held as it is, as she moves up next to it, now casting almost no shadow, as if the light was coming almost from directly above, as it's held in place by this creature.
Severin's trying to peck at it, see if he can release her shadow.
Machine.
All right. Maybe they'll swing at me one of these days. I'll keep the shield up.
The shadow's swinging at you.
The shadow, it
You've
is. That shadow
shielded
is totally
things.
swinging at me. And speaking of which, let's try, and this time, instead of swinging with the sword, she's going to just concentrate holy energy into her hand. Maybe the monkey will let me get away with it. Shlade, and blast the shadow with it.
Honestly, he's just gonna watch.
Okay,
He's unbothered.
fair enough.
He's amused.
For a 30.
30 will hit.
Ooh, most of them stayed in that time. 19 good damage.
I think you've created a dice accelerator.
Actually, I keep forgetting if I add my casting modifier to that.
Divine Lance?
I totally do.
You do, yeah.
Yeah, it's an extra 5 on top of that then.
Okay.
So 24.
You're doing it.
And you see this catch and really hit and rip through the shadow's form pretty well. This good damage. Pretty effective. And Marshall.
I'm screaming at the monkey. Get over here, monkey!
He's right next to you.
That was a 1 on that. Jesus.
Bonk.
Stop moving.
That was an intimidation check.
Oh, it's intimidating. Oh, well, he's obviously not intimidated.
Okay. We're using a different die again. We're gonna try and grapple him for 22 athletics. Yep.
I'm pretty sure that we're gonna die here just to dice.
Yeah. All right.
Die.
Well, obviously that failed. Well, I guess I'm gonna try it one more time, so it's -5, right?
To grab him?
Yeah.
Yeah, -5. Marshall's desperately trying to grab on this.
That
thing
is-
and he's just
The
not
spirit of
interested.
Eleanor is compelling you
The
right
spirit
now.
of Eleonora. Okay, so -5, so that's 34.
She's probably still floating around the room somewhere.
34 will succeed.
I'm using
You will
this one for
finally,
knowledge.
after a couple of reaching swipes, grab a hold.
I grab him and I'm like, everyone, now!
He's got a hold of him. So the shadow next to Roshin, just going to continue. It's just staying there. It's taking these blasts and these sword swings. It's just physically not moving. The shadow is relentlessly assaulting Roshin, who now almost is fighting much as Roshin would, but the shadow moving near independently, fighting its own detached, desperate battle against this thing, no longer mirroring Roshin's movements at all. It'll be a 24 on the first swing,
Again, I think she's getting used to it. We're just getting that shield in the way.
and then a 28
Nope, not good. She's actually watching the wall. She's not looking at the shadow anymore. She's onto it.
Not a 20. Whereas the other shadow is going to follow along with Resme. If you want to take your attack of opportunity, it provokes.
But then I would let go of him, right?
You'd have to like punch. You can't swing your hammer.
I don't think that would do anything to the
Fair
shadow,
enough.
so I'm going to deny that.
And as it follows over its shadow as it gets closer, rather than squishing, contorting to warp itself to its form,
Have I taken my nimble dodge this turn?
to almost grow. Not yet. No, this is
Not yet.
Nimble dodge then.
23. Followed by a natural 1. They got a hold of you, but they're having a really hard time doing anything more than that. Rashik.
Well, I guess it's time to rip and tear. He can't wiggle anymore.
He is now very grappled.
So just gonna. I have dice I have yet to try yet. I'm gonna do the one that you got me. And I'm just gonna aim center of mass, aiming for the area where he's been grabbed, trying to prevent him from wiggling away. A 1. That's a 20.
You need to get more legible dice.
He got that.
You need to get more legible dice.
This
If you're
one
gonna
in
give them to
particular
people.
is really hard to read because it's gold on gold.
All right.
But that is a 20.
A 20, obviously a crit. Is that a 1? Oh, it's a 20. That's the opposite of
They
a
both
1.
have text on them and it's the same size. But I need a fortitude save.
All right. From our orangutan friend. It's going to come out with a 31. Very fortuitous.
He passed. So 11, 29. So he's gonna take 58, and I'm gonna lay into him 2 more times.
That's a big hit.
Yeah, and these are all piercing. Well, that is a 22.
He took the first one very soundly, and now he's clearly got his focus on you as he moves, kind of writhing within Marshall's grasp here.
And then a 24. The last one's just kind of a Hail Mary.
Probably is stable, but Eleonora, PC 12. Back where we started.
Got an 18.
And
Oh.
1.
Yay!
The dance continues.
The dance of life and death.
Eleanor refusing to
Oh.
die here. And Druffy is having taken a resounding hit from Trishik now. Is now, you got his attention. You got his attention. And as he dips through a couple of your blows, getting underneath them, he almost kind of hops up, perched on the edge of this couch, reaching towards you with this limp hand, flicking out, and trying to get around to bite down on your arm as you strike at him.
Nimble dodge.
Bad kitty.
32.
Barely hit.
And he'll get a good bite on you. For 27 points of piercing damage.
You said a bite, not a like eviscerate my arm.
27's pretty eviscerated your arm, I suppose. But as his teeth
Corn on the cob
Yeah.
to my arm.
inside his mouth
Big monkey teeth.
pierced and rake, he again flicks his hand forward, shoving out his palm, striking up towards your chest
Oh, he likes you.
for a 34.
Hit.
You have angered the orangutan. Gonna ook you with the duker. That's
So wrong.
27 points of damage.
Sounds so much worse than it actually is.
That just reminds me of that dungeon, and I love it.
That was the difference, yes. And then he literally flips his hand around and just flicks his fingers back into you. His hand coming out, ending in some short but sharpened to a point near jet black claws. And that as it flicks across you, almost just as a message, leaving a couple points of blood, but completely harmless. Resume.
All right. You're all spirits, so you shouldn't really like this, I think. protect them. And she will hurl cold iron projectiles at the Rakshasa with telekinetic projectile.
Okay, what cold iron projectiles?
The ones that
We bought
that he
Oh,
bought me.
right.
crossbow bolts and silver crossbow
Right, you
bolts
bought you
specifically
bought
for her
those
to be able
For
to
to
do
me.
shoot
this.
out of your hip slash. Okay, so you launch a cold iron bolt towards the Rakshasa. I was like, where did this come from? Oh, you did actually do that.
From the store.
From the store,
From the
the cold
store.
iron store.
Hold on.
I
It's all cold
actually have
iron.
a bunch
Cold
as
iron,
well.
cold iron.
It's a
I got
34.
a bunch of arrows.
34 will hit him.
Because we learned.
I did.
Takes a little while, but we eventually do.
Come on, dice, settle down here.
They are just going.
So much energy in those dice right now.
The dice are excited to be here. They want you to not all die.
That's gonna be a 31 points of
Nice catch.
Solid catch.
31 points of spaz damage.
Alright, so as that strikes into him, he's focused. He's actually turned his focus to Trishik now. He takes his crossbow bolt and it sticks hard and staggers him. And he actually loses his balance and stumbles down off of the couch, kind of detaching from this fight for a moment. But first, he's really started to react to hits. Let's do one action.
Check. And I will shield up. And the equivalent of check in whatever that game is. And then I'll shield up
Imperial
in front of the
check.
thing.
Rasheen.
I think the conquest is the word you're looking for.
No, conquest just sounds wrong.
Try to stop the blood from coming out of ya.
Oh, you're so eloquent.
Keep my shield up.
Moral words of support.
Try to knock this shadow down. I can't leave it alone. So Schlade and blast it with another.
At this, as he's
fine
starting
dice.
to stagger, he kind of growls. I told you! Your gods will not help you!
Counteract check.
Yes, what is your spell DC?
Spell DC is a 30.
It is exactly a 30.
So is that snuff it?
That snuffs it.
Ow.
So as you go to cast it, this magic fizzles in your hand into nothing.
Just wondering when you get around to that.
Well, he's trying now because he's actually pretty hurt. He suddenly went from not hurt to very hurt in one round.
Good.
All he needed was a hug.
Marshall.
Speaking of said hug, is he still being hugged?
Yeah, but if you don't maintain it, it'll end after
Well,
this
I'm
turn.
going to drop me hammer and maintain said hug.
This man needs love and affection.
And said hug is a 33.
Good you'll do it. You still got him.
And then,
With 2 hands now. You've got him held.
well, I was gonna whip out my dagger and stab him with it.
Okay.
Because I was like, I do have a piercing
Clan
weapon.
daggers are doing
They're doing-
work in this campaign.
That's what knives are for.
And it's -4, right?
-5. The clan dagger's not agile. Isn't
Oh,
it?
that's right.
It's not, it's just a
Dagger
great
is
tool.
agile.
Oh, it is?
I got
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Okay, so
Not
-4.
finesse.
Not finesse is what it was.
Okay, so that's gonna be. Hold on, math. Okay, so that's -4. That's gonna be a 33.
33 will get him. All
Yeah.
of him, you yank your clan dagger and plunge it into him.
You have a D4 in there somewhere? Oh, he's got one. The barbarian player
Barbarian's
has
ready
one.
for action.
Nice.
And it's a 4 plus 17.
Not being finesse is so good because you still get your rage bonus. Like,
Only half of it.
half your, because it's one-handed.
Yeah. Well, no, because it's agile.
Oh, because it's agile. Half your rage bonus, but still.
So half of 7.
8.
No, it's not half of 17.
Half your
it's-
rage bonus. Half
Oh,
of the
have
bonus
my
damage
rage
you get
bonus.
from raging.
I need that. So yeah, so 5 and 7, that's 12. So 12 plus 4 is 16 stabby make stab damage.
16 irony damage.
He is. At that point, as that
Iron.
sticks into him, he's got this cold iron thing behind him. You're holding him. He's still trying, kind of struggling, twisting in your grasp to fight Trishik. He is actually pretty bloodied. We have
Yeah.
2 of Shadow. Shadow 1, still grappling with Rasheen. Still going for it. It was the inevitable. There's the net 20.
Ah, there it is. Throwing up dice at me.
Yeah, enough checks, and we will get there. And as it,
Oh, that was the reactions. Okay.
yeah, as you, because you pulled out, as you watch your shadow and you're trying to help, your shadow fighting on almost on its own here. You were gonna take 30 points of negative damage.
So again, I'm gonna kind of pull that shield into my chest to try to take the brunt of it off. That was an even 30.
Even 30.
17.
And you see as your shield, or your shadow puts the shield down, the tentacle reaches out and pulls the shield away from your shadow, pulling it out entirely, disarming you. And you see your shadow kind of lunge, reaching, the shadow of your sword dropping to the floor, kind of splayed across the head of the couch. And your shadow gets pulled completely away from you, detaching. You have no shadow. You are not casting a shadow anymore.
Does the shadow still mirror my movements?
No, it
Okay.
is wholly disconnected from you now.
Huh.
You are now enfeebled 4. As this is violently ripped away from you. And you see in this whirl of tendrils and darkness across the couch, as Roshin is disconnected,
So,
the figure of another shadow rise. Roshin's guise, independent, next to Trishik on the couch, as its own tentacles branch forth.
well, that's not fair. And her grip is actually going to kind of slacken a bit, like her sword has actually just gotten really heavy in her hands.
Resme, I was going to try, as you see this happen, this similar maybe happening
Nimble dodge.
across the room. She hasn't gotten to her 20s yet. That's going to be a 26, followed by a nothing, and a nothing. Resme's, maybe with this strange, whatever this being is, however it operates, your knowledge of magic more useful than Roshin's physical strength being sapped from her.
Pretty sure it's my stupidity.
You are no longer stupefied, though, at the end of that turn. You
Me?
were good. Yep.
Oh,
Stupefied gone. Trishik.
Well, seeing that cold iron bolt lodged into his backside is going to remind me I have actually bought a handful of silver and cold iron arrows myself. So I'm going to draw one out and point blank put it in his chest.
Ooh, okay. Okay. Kill shot. Still grabbed.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
Okay, so
Going out.
39.
39 will hit.
Five, 10, 17, 19. Bleeding D6.
And as you strike this arrow from up on high into Jerfiz, as Marshall holds him in place, the shadows detaching from your friends around you to rise to fight on their own, this arrow punches through into him. What happens to him?
He's gotten a couple hits from me now. He was retaliating. And right when he gets pulled back and can no longer quite reach me, I take that half a step back, pull it back, aim center mass, and release it with a satisfying crunch through his ribcage.
That hits him, and Marshall, you immediately kind of feel his weight drop a bit as you're holding him up. And you let him go, and he sinks down to the floor at the foot of the couch.
That's what you get, you monkey.
Just catches himself barely. Good game. And collapses.
GG, no re.
Press F.
As he does, and he loses his control of the area, the shadows that he had commanded from the pieces wink out of existence.
Oh, that's convenient.
And Roshin's shadow, as it rises up, tentacles emerging of its own, expanding, loses more and more of its visibility. It's becoming yet more transparent as it grows and contorts until it, too, disappears entirely.
I have a shadow again?
You don't.
Huh.
Now, Resme, as you can see, as it was attacked but not pulled completely free, she is a little strange. Her shadow has rough edges. It's a little distorted almost. It mirrors her movements imperfectly,
Mine as well.
sometimes a little delayed. Yours as well, Trishik. Rashin's is gone entirely.
Well, that's
You are-
disconcerting.
Left here with Valia and Eleanor in a heap on the floor next to Drawfee's this Rakshasa.
I rush over to Eleonora and shove a healing potato into him.
Marshall, he's doing his best. He's got good thoughts at heart. He's just not good at it.
Medicine check.
But he's
go.
doing his best. As you immediately rush to treat her.
I rolled a 19,
And-
so
Oh, I had my check. I rolled 19.
So, and Eleanor stabilizing as well. I think here is a good time for us to take our midstream break.
Whew.
Mostly they're-
Spooky little boys.
Yeah, they
I
are.
don't like them. I don't like critically failing checks against them either.
Very spooky
I helped.
little creatures. You helped.
You did.
It's 0 thanks.
Everybody, we'll be right back in a couple of minutes. This was a page to battle, and we still have yet to even find Vayris. Tunnel stretching before us, but we are a bit spent.
Just a little bit.
I don't know how much we still have. A dream. Really. Gotta believe. Be right back, everybody. Everybody. Redemption, bros. If you wanted to see the rest of that highlight or the, at this point, very large bucket of other highlights we have, I think I'm into the 60s with the one that I
Yep.
put up this last week. We have a ton of them.
Bobbity boopity.
Bobbity boopity.
Boopity.
Bubbity boopity.
We got a YouTube channel that has both all of those and also the entirety of this campaign. All the Age of Ashes adventures so far, which we've been playing for like a year now. It's been a long time, actually.
Yep.
We are
Why don't
gonna
you do
say.
that? Because it looks like you're about to cast.
Bobbity boopity.
Cats have been here forever.
I feel like
All the links can be found through these down below here. Twitter at 2Perception or discord.gg/squid is probably the easiest place to find all of the 2Perception stuff. YouTube.com/2Perception. Also the actual channel that has all of the VODs and whatnot. But if you're on Twitch, you can also see the VODs on Twitch, just not the highlights. Anyway, as we come back in, we fought a lot. And
Tiny bit.
at the end
Just
of
a wee
this
bit.
battle, you're pretty severely wounded, and Eleonora and Valia are both unconscious on the ground. And Marshall went to go start sticking a potato in Eleonora's mouth. For you to probably notice that she has 2 healing potions, like on a bandolier.
Oh, so then I just. Choom. Who else needs a healing potato?
Marshall, can we talk for a moment?
Hold on. Someone needs Trishik, healing potato. I just yeet a healing potato towards Trishik.
Fling him into the Trishi as he climbs off the couch.
I believe it would be best to get everyone on their feet first. I will survive.
I then walk over with resume.
I think Valia might need to be gotten up if you have one of those healing potato things.
Oh, lass. He just throws his bag on the ground. He opens it. It's like over chuck full of healing potatoes.
They just keep growing.
And
Seen that.
and
Not pretty.
she'll kind of give you a hug.
Oh. Okay. What is this?
You didn't hurt me. You could have, and you were trying to, but for some reason you couldn't, and that's the sweetest thing ever.
Well, I don't know what this feeling is, but as he gently pulls you off of him because he's not used to this much affection at once.
He's back at a normal size now, so
I mean, still.
Yeah.
I mean, compared to, whatever. But he still does that, and he's like, I told you. I gave each of you a clan dagger for a reason. You're my family. You're like my wee little sister. Annoying as hell, but very useful. And if anyone's gonna do bad talk, it's me. And the fact that a stupid monkey had control over me brain, I didn't allow it. So I just couldn't let that happen to you or any of my family.
Valia didn't have a clan dagger. She
Valia
was
did
fine.
And that's why she's
That's the
tasting the
martial
stone.
And you know why? It's because she only has one arm, so she needs to hold her rapier in it. She
Stop.
doesn't.
Leave her alone. It's a sore subject.
No, the joint is sore.
Yeah, she feels it on rainy days.
But
I'm unconscious on the ground. I should be quiet.
Gonna need our
Drops
humor
mic.
to carry on here, as everybody, I imagine, is looking at least pretty hurt.
Yeah.
I got a couple of boo-boos. My arm got corn on the cob by a very angry orangutan.
Marshall's been. You didn't really take much of that fight, I imagine. You just kind of got what's left.
I mean, I got
this encounter.
with the alchemy golem. I was pretty
Yeah.
bloodied
You're still
up, and
just
then
bearing
they
those
healed me up,
scars.
and I didn't take any damage in that last fight, which is
You were on
weird.
their side then most of the time.
Yeah, that's true. So
just be on
I'm
the winning
okay.
team, forehead.
are,
So, oh, go ahead.
are you very hurt?
Well, I
Legitimately.
seem to be missing my shadow, and it feels like another piece of me as well. Goodness gracious.
Let me help you. Here, come here. Hold my hands.
No. Save your magic. They're actually wounded.
No. We're gonna do something.
We're going to do something?
Yeah.
You're not putting me in a dress again.
No, of course
I'm
not.
a bit too weak to fight you off right now, so please don't.
Come on.
Oh, don't
Come
make me
sit down.
beg.
Not gonna make you beg. Come sit down.
You'll actually be able to pull me along pretty easily because she like feels she's like weak as a kitten.
You are like functionally strength 12 right now.
I'm
More or
functionally
less.
strength 11, yes.
Oh,
Look.
11, yeah.
Yeah.
Your spirit may be a little weakened, but you just need to sit here. And she takes her cloak and she wraps it around you, and then she pulls out
When did this armor get so heavy?
some sugar biscuits out of her bag, and she goes, I want you to chew on these. It always helps to have a little bit of sugar in you when you've had a shock.
I put a little flour on it.
That's right,
That's adorable.
because you're my best friend.
Okay, we'll start munching on the sugar.
That's right. Now, you look.
Sat me in a corner. I'm eating a sugar. I'm older than you.
Eleonora's not moving. We should really pour more potion down her throat. I'll start doing it.
So, as you work here, I'll notice you get 3d6 plus 6 health back.
As this was going on, I'd just go back out over to Trishik and start handing.
Well, you were working on. I thought you were working on Valia, aren't you?
Well, oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna stabilize Valia.
I already stabilized all
Well,
your.
she's stabilized.
Oh,
I thought you were trying
She
to
just
heal
needs. She
her.
needs to get healed.
Oh, okay.
That's what I
just-
thought you.
You know what? Healing potatoes for everybody.
Eleanor,
I will
once the potion's all the way down, sits up with a and I crawl over to a corner and start vomiting. Like, it's not fun. That was not entertaining at all.
All over the chess pieces.
Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
Give me 1 second, please. Just continues.
Ooh, there you go. That's right. Get it all up. That's right. You're doing good.
All right, do we have any rations or something?
Yeah, don't worry. I've got lots of biscuits and cookies, and I may even have a little bit of tea stashed in this bag of holding somewhere.
You're such a sweetheart, May.
Oh, darling, you look so awful. Here, come sit next to Roshin. You both need a good tea time.
Tea time.
That's right. Tea time solves everything.
We're just eating cookies.
Oh, cookies are lovely.
They actually have tasted very nice.
I know.
You look awful. I mean, you look about as awful as I feel.
They ripped my shadow off me.
Oh.
I don't even know how that happens.
That doesn't even make sense.
Well, at least Marshall looks unharmed.
I mean, to be fair, your ribs took a cracking. I could hear them. It was like dry twigs being stepped on. It was remarkable. I kind of winced inside.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
I'd
and the
ask you if
next
you're
thing I
feeling
know-
okay, but you're clearly not.
Oh, I'm feeling awful. Absolutely awful. I could have swore I saw the spy of Pharasma herself, and I said, I don't want to go there, and I turned around and walked back.
That's an option.
Well, it is an option.
Did
I'm
you
gonna
see
remember
Esphis?
that.
No.
Did you see Esphis?
Who?
Our friend. He works with her.
Oh, doesn't sound like a friend of mine. But
So, as you are, close to the floor here, and I imagine you got Rasheen over in the corner, if not on this couch, probably by this couch.
On the couch, actually.
Yeah, you can see that behind it, there is a pretty decent stash of supplies. A variety of fine foodstuffs and drink that have been in intermediary levels of consumption, but still a pretty decent stash. Certainly much finer food than you would all be carrying for trail rations for a trek across all of Cantargo. And if you were to look through it, near the bottom of the stack, tucked underneath the back of the couch, there are actually several very fine wines in fully sealed bottles.
Ooh. Do you know what this is?
Marshall.
No! Don't you
As
dare!
soon as she started, I pulled my hand out, like, get it here.
Marshall sees it from across the room, like, I know what that is.
I'm gonna faint. You're drinking a $500 bottle gold bottle of wine like it's swill.
Are you actually just drinking it?
Yeah.
Roll me a d6.
Also squid.
Tree.
Dahlia's potato heals for 18.
Okay, Valley has been potatoed for 18. So as you pick it up, what you're drinking through and what's clearly visible on the label is a very fine Chilaxian vintage wine that dates back several centuries. This is like old enough to be from when Cheliax was just barely Cheliax, just splitting off of Taldor, rebranding to these wineries. You're not wrong. That bottle alone is worth dozens of gold pieces. But
I'm taking the rest of it away from them and putting it in the bag of holding. They don't.
It's open now. We might as well finish it.
You can finish that bottle, but none of you have the palate to appreciate the rest of it, and I'm not going to waste it on you.
as you're looking through,
What are you talking about? I appreciate it just fine. It makes me a giant.
as you're looking through, of the bottles of wine, there are a couple other standouts, these fine ones that are kind of tucked under the couch. There are actually 4 bottles of this old Chilaxian red from the dawn of the nation existing back when it was a grand empire, and a bottle of plum sake that's been imported from Minkai, from not even the inner sea regions, not even from Avestan, from Kazmaron, far across the seas. That's probably worth 100 gold pieces alone, just that bottle, even though it's not nearly as dated of a vintage.
That takes it away from you. Also puts it in the bag of
You've
my
also
bag
got
of holding.
You've also got one more. The outside of the bottle covered in like a fine netting around the label that works its way up the almost slightly curved neck. An interesting white from Central Bravoy.
Oh, this is lovely. Look at that sediment. It's settled so beautifully.
Make me a society check.
So I guess the Chilaxian wine, since there were 4, there are now 3 of
There are
them.
now 3.
Okay.
The D6 is which of these 6
Sure.
fancy wines you can
Now
see.
I roll a nat 20.
As you look at it, it does look very nice. But I mean, yeah, Resmaid, though perhaps not a drinker, clearly, obviously, an expert in actual wine finery. Bravoy isn't known for wine. There aren't any wineries in Central Bravoy. This is a fake label.
I smell a not wine. This is... The nose knows. This is not wine.
It's still
That's
sealed.
something else.
It smells like glass.
Smells like lies.
Mister, let me take a look at that
nasty.
bottle.
Give me a minute. Trishik, look at this with me. Come, Marshall, you too. Let's get a... What is this?
At this point, I pulled out an expanded healer's kit and laid it out on the floor. Rasheen, can you help me here? I just needed to hold a few things.
All of these are poisoners
Just don't ask me to
and
cut anything.
alchemists, so I don't really want to
Hold the
drink
bandage
it or
here.
even
Do that.
smell it.
Well, if you're gonna hand it to me,
Yeah, I'm handing it to
the
you.
cork's getting immediately popped with a claw.
That's fine. We're stepping away a little.
This bottle of lies. So meanwhile, on the floor, Valia comes to Marshall's work, and as she kind of finally opens her eyes, her mouth full of potato. What? What in the bloody hell is happening?
You're welcome.
Oh,
Well, you just curse.
by the gods!
Marshall was using your mouth to mash potatoes.
I apologize. Oh, he hates the taste of potato.
But it's the power of the healing power of the root vegetable.
Oh, it's the
Embrace the
What?
taste. It's how you know you're alive still.
potato's good for nothing but peasant stew and commoner's vodka. Oh, it's disgusting.
I have some very not commoners vodka right here if you want to try it. Might get the taste out of your mouth.
You want some of that.
I do want some of that. She kind of puts her hand up the center of her chest. Oh, what happened? I feel like I can hardly breathe.
Well, he crushed your ribs. Kind of like what happened to Eleonora, actually. Heard your ribs breaking like dry twigs.
Val, you should really come sit down and have a biscuit.
And she's already she's laying out prone on her back, just wincing. Not even really. She tries to sit up for a brief moment and sits back down, just kind of grits her teeth. I'm not entirely positive I can even get to sitting right now.
It's okay, you just stay laying down. We'll bring the biscuit to you. It'll get the taste of potato out of your mouth, that and the wine at any rate.
And she just sort of looks over and sees the Rakshasa on the floor. I get terrible habits of this.
Almost dying?
It might have been a good idea to perhaps stay behind me a bit. You were getting a bit surrounded when you came up.
You were protecting me, and I thank you very much for it.
Well, as much as I possibly should, perhaps take credit for that. Poor Eleonora. She couldn't defend herself at the moment, and there wasn't much else to do. The tide was turning, and a stand had to be taken.
There's that doughty resilience of yours.
You know, Valia, you're a very honorable woman.
She's an inspiration to be said for sure.
Well, perhaps the first time I've received that compliment, but thank you.
Best Taldan I've ever met. Saying quite a lot. They don't tend to get along well with us.
She's a tall dame!
Most people don't seem to get along with Taldans terribly well. Hell, if the last couple of years are any indication, the Taldor's worst enemy is Taldans. So, can't argue, I suppose.
Dang Taldans. They ruined Taldor.
Almost did.
Well, maybe now you'll let me do your hair.
Just kind of reaches up. Oh, I was worried for a moment something terrible had happened. Nope, just matted with blood, as I expected.
Prestidigitation.
Well, everyone's... I see Eleonora looks fine enough, at least.
Oh, I don't
Alive.
feel fine.
Well,
thankfully,
That makes at least two of us.
Again,
to walk
not
away.
dead.
That's very important.
Not dead, perhaps it's a standard we should be sticking to, and...
There's something amuck with my shadow, though.
Oh, there's something amok with your shadow. Oh no, your shadow. It looks a little wavery.
Oh, yours is a bit not there.
It is a bit not there. It's very
That's-
disconcerting.
That's unusual. Can I study it?
I'm a
If you
bit-
can find it, by all
No.
means, knock
I am
yourself
a little
out.
bit envious. You do not know how useful having no shadow could be for me.
Well, there you go. You can borrow it for cheeks. Everyone's happy.
Yeah, mine is all wiggly too.
At
Oh,
least she still
yours?
has a sense of humor. Lil, I need you to pay attention over here, please.
Actively like
Oh,
stitching.
yes, right.
Pushing back.
The gaping hole over your side, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
the big old teeth marks, the filling
intestines
of
hanging
everything
out.
being wrong.
Who would have thought monkey teeth would have made such ghastly injuries?
Oh, I think he bit and tore. It wasn't just a bite and release.
Ah. Actually, I don't know if anything just does a bite and release.
Well, if they chicken out last minute.
If they're angry with you,
Oh, if it's just an angry monkey bite instead of an actual rending monkey bite, I see what she's getting at.
well, not like a hunting dog. Like
Or a
if you
child.
get on the wrong side of a scent hound or a tracker, they nip, but they don't hold. They bite and release.
So does my mother.
Try to go for that next time.
Yeah, we'll try. Holding bandages.
Yes, I suppose we should try to heal each other up.
So yeah, 10 minutes have passed here. Valia has been treated.
I'm gonna refocus.
And as you refocus, What are Roshin and Eleonora
I did a medicine check on. I rolled a 20-something, 22
on yourself or on Roshin?
on myself.
On yourself. So yeah, 2d8 plus 10.
Yeah.
Feedback from your expert.
Yeah.
I think I just get my focus points back as an oracle.
Yeah, you just gotta spend 10 minutes like doing whatever, and then it
So-
comes back.
The way the continual treatment works, as soon as I'm done with this, I can start treating myself again, right? Because the
Uh,
time spent treating overlaps the time you're.
It does, but not completely. I believe it's like 10 minutes on, 10 minutes off is what it
Yes,
equaled out to.
You can
So
heal
here
3
for
times
the-
per hour.
Yeah, 3 times per hour instead of once per hour.
Because it says here for the hour, I'm reading rules. I shouldn't be. The patient can be treated once per hour, not once every 70 minutes for the normal. It says it overlaps the interval.
Right, it does, but you have it's 20 minutes instead of an hour between treatments, and 10 minutes that overlaps with your treatment. So basically, you can work every 20
Okay.
minutes. You can make a healing check.
That's fine.
And
Marshall,
you actually have another option where you can do 1 and double it, but it takes an hour. So
which is just
it's
like,
just
I
better to
literally
roll
don't
the
know why
3.
you'd ever
And
do
then
that.
go back to treatment.
Then you can
Not if you have continual healing.
yeah, work on Rasheen. Well, that's a perk of continual healing. Is that over an hour you can take double instead of just doing it 3 times, which is odd. I really don't understand what situation you use that in.
Sixes.
You're level 2.
I guess yeah, you decide after you roll. So if you have like a super buku roll, I guess you could take the double.
Yeah.
But
Converging.
Trishik and Marshall, what are you two doing?
He gave me some healing numbers before everything started, so I assume that we'll just take,
Potatoing you now.
yeah, just take the 10 minutes and I'll take what he gave me.
Fair enough.
We're potatoing together.
And
That is appeal.
Volia, hurt as she is going to kind of look back towards the like crushed alchemical golem, the collapsed alchemical golem, and the several bodies, the most notably the super crushed one by the doorway, and sort of look back. You're keeping slaves here. I saw them in the cages in the pits, right?
Yes, from what I can understand, the only place to keep them.
What are the odds that somewhere throughout there are some potions that could be of use?
Like in the slave pits.
Well, I mean, I imagine much of what they've been doing here, slaves don't frequently come quietly. They have to fight for it. I imagine healing potions would be valuable to them. Perhaps they have some in that laboratory somewhere.
From what I could tell looking it over, it did not seem they had much healing aside from antidote. It's
I-
possible they were making some, but until I have time to sit down and inspect, I do not know.
What about these goods here on the couch? Is there anything?
Uh,
The wine was fantastic, but
I can see. Let me take a look.
It might not be a bad idea since we're taking a bit of a rest. Maybe if you need to take a bit more time with the alchemist bench, you might be able to find something.
Well, let's look for hidden things, Trishik. Let's see if he has any hidden panels in the wall or anything like that. He seems a dowdy fellow.
I'm going to remind you this is a cave.
Yes.
That is a wall made of wrought stone.
You
They
know
chiseled.
magic can actually make that disappear, and you can put things behind
That
it.
there
is
is still
magic wall.
there's still a giant wall because it doesn't expire. There's still a huge wall segment inside the chamber here.
I cannot tell difference between wall you made and that wall. There is no way for me to find a hidden wall in.
Mine is
the
nicer.
stone.
Hers actually hers would be much smoother because where you can clearly see like tool marks and where this was chiseled and
hers is just
excavated. Hers almost looks like it's streaky, like it was drawn up like putty and then left. It would be notably different, even though it's the same granite as the rest of the quarry.
That is craftsmanship, sir.
And that is magic.
You think that... Oh, well, yes, I suppose it is.
Well, perhaps we'll start with the couch cushions, and Rosina's just started.
As
Looking
soon as you start
around-
doing that, pull you back.
Haven't you gotten that bandage done yet?
No.
Here,
you.
I'll-
Make me a perception
That's
check.
on you.
Oh, that's sweet of you. Thank you. You're bandaging my shadow place.
Oh. Not
It's
the
going to
bandage,
be a
but-
29.
The medicinal herbs.
So with a
20
29
with a hard one.
and she doesn't say anything.
Nope.
Resume, you have your detect magic, so you can throw out this cantrip to see if there's anything interesting in here. And while the Rakshasa does seem to have something under his robes that's giving off a pretty powerful necromantic sigil, as well as something sitting on the couch. On the right side of the couch, just sat out, is a piece of parchment that looks like it's a shopping list with a small rounded stone that was just kind of set on it to hold it in place. That is not a paperweight. It is magical. It is, in fact, very magical.
It's a magical paperweight.
Freaking Rakshasa and their stupid
The miniature
hubris.
A miniature unmovable rod.
And as you look at the rock and turn it over, there is a rune inscribed on the underside. The rock is actually, he literally just put a rune stone down to hold his shopping list in place so it wouldn't fall off of the couch. That was the level of decadence this Rakshasa enjoyed.
Oh my god.
I hate this jerk.
Make me an Arcana check.
I have that.
I would hope so.
And you can't critically fail, so you can just roll it.
Is gonna be a 27.
The 27, you're not positive what this rune stone is, but it's clearly a very potent property rune. It definitely, the way that the sigil is warped and cast, it's certainly for a weapon. It doesn't appear to be elemental, but there's not much more than that you can tell from it. It is powerfully strong, though. Exponentially more than anything you have on your weapons at the moment.
We need to put this on someone's weapon. This is... Wow. This is powerful. This is like...
That would take a day that you don't currently have.
This is incredible. This is like the ultimate potato.
Tell us exactly what it does.
Yeah,
Make it so...
Marshall's like drooling. Yeah, looking at this thing.
I'll try again in another minute or so.
Takes a day.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
But
a very
let me
long
take a
minute.
look at the other.
Yeah, I was looking through his robe, this crumpled Rakshasa on the
Oh,
ground.
this feels so awkward. I don't like touching things under their clothing.
You can find that there is a wand tucked away inside his robe into the belt. And since this is magic that you are familiar with, it actually does not require you to do anything to identify it. You can pull it out and you can tell what power this has. It's a wand of white wood, capped at its hilt, even with a massive half of a literal pearl. It has several engraved rings separating the handle of the wand from the long, pale shaft. But what you have here is a wand of heal, 7th level.
Heal.
I've got the magic in me. Resme will look at it. Her eyes will light up. And she'll look at herself and she'll look at you. This is a miracle. It's a miracle.
It's a stick.
A very pretty looking stick.
It's a very well carved stick.
All right. You're very, very hurt, aren't you?
I imagine the same can be said of most of us.
Eleanor is terribly hurt.
Here, drink this. It'll help with the wooziness.
Yes, and I suppose if I
Heal.
wanted to
Oh.
kill her,
It turns to dust immediately.
how are you looking?
I thought you cast disintegrate.
I'm
there for a
fine, I'm
second.
fine. Plenty of people worse hurt than me. Milani's curse
Marshall?
looks after me.
I'm bruised up, but I can go a few more rounds.
Trishik?
That was
Remind me the number you said earlier.
No.
Okay.
It's
It was
medicine check.
19.
Okay, cool.
19. Probably not terrible, but not good.
Ollie is conscious. That's
Yeah.
about as far
Valia
as
is
it goes.
the walking wounded, definitely.
Valia, are you ready?
Really building this up. I wasn't concerned about it before, but I kind of am now.
Donum vitae magnificum!
And you're doing the 2-action
Yep,
big wando.
yep.
Big Wanda.
So as you pull this out, the magic from this, a more powerful heal than one that you have that you've ever drawn out before.
Saren
That
Ray
is-
herself pays us a
What,
visit.
78 plus 56?
78 plus 56. Level 7, yeah.
Oh, you helped with 14.
Oh, thank you.
I did a medicine check on her.
High five.
I'm almost to my drained max.
Woo!
She can take 92 points of health back.
Alrighty. And with that,
You know what I miss? Rur casting heal spells for almost that much at level 7.
she this magic flows over her, and externally, in just seconds, this seems to remove bruises, stitch up open cuts. You can even hear almost a resounding crack as her ribs kind of reset to where they're supposed to be.
Ooh, your lung is back to normal.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're no longer frothing at the mouth.
well, that is certainly a very important stick.
Oh, much better. Color's coming back into your face.
Oh, much better. I didn't think there was anything that would hit me better than the wine at this point, but, there it is.
Little bit of divine guidance, letting you know it's time to get back on your feet.
I feel,
That's true, I am a goddess, rather.
well, fantastic by comparison. That's incredible.
I know. Actually, it wasn't me, it was mostly the wand.
So that stick that can just do that, then we're unstoppable.
Only once per day.
Oh, well, slightly less unstoppable then.
I'm afraid magic has limitations like all things.
Of course, my hopes get ahead of me there, I'm afraid. That would have, if such objects existed, perhaps wars would be unending.
Or people would run into walls an awful lot.
It's going to be less cautious if such a thing was possible. Although I'm sure it would be wildly expensive. The recrafting of the economic impacts of healing magic notwithstanding.
You should write a book on it.
If it,
It's never much my forte. I wasn't much of a writer. What Thaddeus Stoutmore's sort of angle.
She'll twitch at that a little. Like, literally, Resme's eye will twitch. You don't think you've ever seen her eye twitch ever like that.
Well, whatever you think of Lord Stoutmore, he is quite the prestigious author.
I think of going to the bathroom. On him.
It's crass. Mr. Esme, you're better than that.
That is rather crass, actually.
You've never met him.
I'll admit it. I'll admit it. That's true.
I
He has lard in front of his name, though, so I get the feeling I wouldn't like him.
Shouldn't we be looking for our... What is it called again? Arch nemesis. We actually have one.
Does she really count as an arch nemesis if we've never even seen her before?
Well, that's why she's arch. Arch means unexpected, hidden,
I don't think
mysterious.
that's
I'm not
I don't
entirely
think that's the
positive if that's what it
definition.
means.
But it could.
I mean,
But
to a child's mind, maybe.
I'd like to think it is.
Well, but
you didn't have to kill her just because you got
Well-
taken down.
our
Well-
penultimate enemy. That means the best one, or like the most extremist.
The most
worstest.
ultimate. It even
Yeah.
has a prefix.
Yeah.
If it makes you happy, Redman. If that makes you happy, May, we can call her our arch enemy.
Thank you. It does make me happy.
Now do me a favor.
Maybe she's
Hold
just
this
an enemy to
and grind.
Right?
Alright, the mortar and pestle. I just
Oh,
pass her
okay.
mortar and pestle. Just do that for me for a minute.
He's just kind of working on grinding here. Valia looking dramatically better. We're not great, but we're...
Well, while we're
How are
taking,
you doing, Eleonora?
I'm on 44 now.
Woo!
I drank a potion at some point during all that.
You can almost take one hit from a big boss.
so while we're doing
Or
this,
mind control me.
I'm going to walk my butt back down the hall and see if while we have our little bit of a reprieve, I can maybe suss out what's happening here and see if anything would be useful.
Looking through these stations, you can see they were making a couple of things. A lot of what they were mixing clearly is meant to be serviced through the alchemical golem. There's a batch of alchemist's fire near completion, as well as a batch of I think is it just called acid flasks? I
Just
guess
acid flasks.
acid flasks, which don't have any proper containers or like throwable bottles to be loaded into. It's more preparing to be serviced into fairly large tanks of fired pottery. They're pretty rough and dull and clearly just meant as a functions transportation device to move them, again, probably into the golem. But on the southern side of the room, you would say they were making different things. There is a place where they were working to make more antidotes, to probably staff their emergency kit in case bad things happen. And similarly, next to that, the fourth table was working on some level of a healing potion, a healing elixir, rather. Given 10 minutes and a decent crafting check, since these were all pretty well in production and they're far enough along, you can see why they were pretty committed to trying to push these. You could finish one of them.
What type of healing elixir? What was the one that I made for you?
Lesser. It's
They-
3d6 plus 6.
Would be moderate elixirs.
Ooh.
5d6 plus 12. And the alchemist fire and the acid flask would be graders. as would the antidote. Now, it's already going, having been abandoned for a bit as they were, and, the fight happening, the batches are already somewhat unstable. With some good knowledge and quick work, you think you could salvage one of them, but the other 3 would probably be doomed to ruin.
Definitely salvaging the healing. I can come back and figure out the recipes to the other ones
I'd be
later.
disappointed if you didn't.
Yeah, this one is the one that will directly benefit me right now.
Well,
So,
sir, then make me a craft alchemy check.
hey, I'm pretty good at those. 30.
30 is in fact pretty good. With a 30, while Eleonora is still working, Resme is grinding, Marshall is... What are you doing, Marshall?
Potatoes.
myself.
Potatoing himself.
Sounds so wrong.
You quickly work to intervene to salvage
26.
this creation here. You get to sit... Oh, you haven't potatoed yourself yet, right? Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
I haven't
26,
potatoed
yeah,
myself yet.
48. You manage to salvage this and end up with a trio of moderate healing elixirs.
Alrighty.
3 doses is what you can manage to synthesize.
And how much are they?
5d6 plus 12.
5d6 plus 12. All right. One of those is going immediately down my gullet.
Finishes one, shotguns it instantly. Doesn't even off the table. Just
Still
takes
hot.
the tube coming off the alembic and just siphons it into his mouth. You ever start a science project?
I mean,
That's how he gets the other 2 going.
You said plus 12?
Plus 12.
All right.
We would have 2 warm,
Ooh, warm. How lovely.
moderate healing elixirs, fresh from processing, just having been distilled.
Go well with biscuits.
All right. Well, I will walk back up into the main room, drinking the next one. Still not.
I made one.
Yeah.
Go. I got one left.
Come back up with a little bit of it still dripping down my chin. I managed to salvage one healing potion.
I see a 6.
Yeah, 2 6s, 2 5s.
That's pretty
Way
good.
better than the first one.
So with those potions and him bringing back one more pretty decent one,
You should take it, Ella.
as those experiments finish, Eleanor, you'd be able to treat yourself again.
Yeah. This
And
point,
you've
find
been,
a good old paste.
yeah, you've been here for 20, 25 minutes in this chamber, and nobody has come rushing to check. Nobody has come through the alchemist laboratory. Nobody has passed by. At this point, the sun has solidly set, and out in the quarry outside, there's just darkness, save for the holes in the side of the chambers you've already passed through, and you can see the flickering lights illuminating what you know are the corpses of the enforcers you fought, but you definitely can't make out from this distance. But whatever is down these final 2 tunnels hasn't immediately come after you. They either haven't been alerted, or maybe they made their escape. Hey, maybe there's nobody else here, and you won. Victory music in the background.
Yeah.
Confetti.
Yay.
Let's. Marshall, go ahead and potato me, and then let's get going.
Wait,
Yeet.
1 second. Drink this.
No, that's for you. You throw that down your throat right now, young lady.
Young lady.
I like that you are by far the youngest character here.
Don't look at me like that.
Well,
you
then
need it.
sit right there and don't move from that spot.
I'm not moving.
30 potato.
Oh, he potatoed you already. Oh,
That was a very nice potato.
That was the best potato in the
Alright,
sack.
48. Oh, was that can't be the healing?
Huh?
Was that the healing?
That was just a roll.
I was like, there's no way you got 48 on a trained medicine check, or 30 on 48. But it's possible.
No, that was
Very
just,
hot
that was
roll.
just a medicine roll.
Okay.
5 plus 5, 10. It's better than nothing.
Hey.
Hey.
Potato.
Well, I guess that's better than nothing.
He's only trained in medicine. He's only a beginning potato
What's he
farmer.
doing? His best.
I
might have
suppose
found a job too.
we should get going.
Well,
Not everyone jump at once. How you feeling?
How am I feeling?
you, as you sit here for some time, after 20 minutes, Rashik and Resume's shadows would have slowly returned to normal. The strange delays and erratic ticks in their movement fading before disappearing entirely. And Rasheen, yours would have started to reform. You don't cast at first much of a shadow. It's dim and it's not even a full, it's just a small spot beneath you. But as you sit here, are you treating yourself again, Eleanor?
I did. I have to wait another 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, you just did all that math in the background.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've been here for 30 minutes. It would have resumed, grown back, and now is a shadow almost looking like a doll. Everything but your extremities. Like your hands casting near nothing, your feet, like your hair is transparent and barely visible in the shadow, but you'd be down to enfeebled 1.
Look at that! It's coming back! Ha ha! Take that, you shadow monsters!
And you know why? Because I cast shadow. See what I did there?
But,
I
but
Resume
Right,
dies immediately.
Where is boss? I would like to die now, please.
Well, I suppose now that we can kind of see that you have another side of you again. I'm very nervous. I don't know what's down there, and I want to find out.
So, I'm just going to remind you, the last time you wanted to find out what was down a mysterious passageway, it was an evil skeleton giant,
Yeah. No more talking
a
to the things that want to
shape-shifted
kill us.
fancy pants Rakshasa man, and now you want to still be pressing your luck.
You know what? You like to throw that back in my face, don't you?
If it didn't keep happening in the same course of the day, I might.
Really?
Tell you what, just stay in the back,
All right.
keep yourself safe,
I've been.
pull that scroll out, cast it to Lenora when the time is right, and you'll be fine. Right as rain, I promise you.
Right as rain. No more talking to the bad guys, please.
All right.
Please.
But if we don't talk to them, how will we learn about them?
Oh, I'd rather be alive than
Maybe they'll have written
learn
something
about
down.
them.
Should I just walk into there smashing?
It's probably not a bad idea.
I like that idea.
All
So-
right.
As the group of you move forward down these stairs that just descend a couple of feet before you arrive in this next chamber, the area opens up a little more past this staircase into an odd sort of bedchamber. Again, you can see this tattered reed mat spread from the base of the staircase behind you to the stairs in front of you. And as you come in, there are 3 iron cages on your left, about 7 feet high and 5 feet around, currently devoid of any captives. On the right side of the room, in lieu of the torches usually placed in the sconces, there are 2 fairly large braziers, just blazing bright with enough fuel that look like they would go on for hours into the night, if not all the way into the following morning. And between them is what looks almost like a manger, a wooden box filled with hay and some blankets kind of pushed in, almost like nesting.
Oh. Is there a bunny in there?
There's not a bunny in there now.
Interesting.
Huh.
Interesting.
But as you move further forward, the top of the next staircase, you finally make contact with what is almost certainly Vayris. If nothing else, it's the only knoll that you've seen in here so far. Stairs descend another 3 feet to another open chamber. And to your left, a torch and a sconce posed above a writing desk. Its surface scattered with various notes, correspondence, and a couple of small scattered tomes. On the far side of the wall, where as the floor is descended, sometimes the ceiling is only slowly raised. This room, near 30 feet tall, there is a weird mechanism of some kind. The eastern end of the room that this knoll stands in front of, the wall is not stone but iron, and it's a bit convex, bowed out towards you, with large, enormous banded vertical slats spanning the entirety of the room's height. There are stains in the stone around the edge of this iron creation, where it looks like water has seeped through and just slowly, permanently worked its way on the surface of the rock, hinting perhaps it's what is behind these massive iron slats. You come to the stairs and see Vayris standing just in front of these slats, next to a strange mechanism, a box near 10 feet across of large gears and pulleys, all connected across the bottom of this thing. She is, I don't know if any of you have ever seen a gnoll in your life before,
It looks like a hyena.
but they are basically hyena people. That's
Oh,
pretty
okay.
much what they are. She is huge and hulking. Brown fur and a thick, jagged mane, starting at the back of her head and running down into her armor. Dark gray banded iron trimmed with a deep scarlet. And across her pauldrons, her chest piece, her greaves, spikes punctuate every few inches, adding to this kind of menacing appearance. She does not look happy to see you.
We don't look happy to see her.
And it is clear from here, her choice of a bow seems almost a bit odd to you as she clasps an enormous longbow in one hand. A huge work of composite wood with a string so thick it's nearly a rope drawn between them. An arrow held with her thumb against the draw. One of her eyes is scarred over and milky white, clearly completely blind. But her other hand is on a lever on the side of this gearbox. As you come into the room, I'm so sorry.
Is it another one?
You hear whirring and mechanical clanking as you see another of the massive mechanical demons from the tower stood between the two of you.
Yay.
The demon looks identical to the one that had nearly slain all of you at the top of the tower. These massive, sharpened claws in either hand, currently closed as its spider-like legs hold it a little off the side of the chamber. It's turned your direction. It's watching intently as the group of you enter, but does not immediately move to intercept you. The gnoll doesn't speak at first. You just come in, you see this. There's a hand on the lever and a hand on the bow, staring at you. You take in this chamber, this situation, whatever it is.
Roisin, it's time to tell him now. Do the thing.
Oh, right. Sorry. Staring at the water shutters. Slavery is cancelled.
And she almost barks. I would think twice on that, or are you?
Are you a puppy?
You know what this does?
I can gather.
It is a lever. It typically would activate the machine.
Open the slots. Flood this whole tunnel. Drown the slaves in the quarry. That's your game, right?
You're smart. Explains how you've made it so far. But I pose to you a choice. You've come for me, yes? No other reason you would have tracked this far, unless you just have some beacon of overwhelming goodness in your hearts.
You would be correct. We're exactly here for a person named Vayris.
I have a beacon.
You kicked our door down. We're just cleaning up. But you have to be thorough with your types.
I know they failed. A disappointment to me, clearly. I was the one who sent them.
Yes, that is why we are here.
They're useless!
You should really invest in better minions.
And I don't understand why Treagle and Emberbeard won't just burn Breach Hill to the ground.
It's made of
But it's because
stone.
we kill every single one of them.
The full might of the Scarlet Triad. You think you can fight them all off? A city that barely has walls! Ah,
We're
what are
ma-
there, 50 of you in there total?
We're making an excellent job of it so far.
Thus far, I've done it on 3 continents. I think that's rather impressive.
But you're saying they're actually going... What would they do? They'd actually assemble an army of your types, march on a town inside Chelek's borders. It'd start a war.
We'd start a war if we tried to march against the Hell Knights. Just chop into their territory, bring in a siege. That's not what we need for Breachill. Breachill would be easy. A small force could do it. Take it out from the inside.
She does not know that the Hill Knights want to come back. Oh,
We actually do, in fact, have a Hell Knight Seneschal in the inside Breachill right now. You'd best be careful.
You haven't kept contact, have you? They wouldn't listen to me. But if I take Breachill, I gain control of Falsida's ring. Then Trigal has to listen to what I say. And I have the eye.
What eye?
So Emberbird's trapped. She can't come back through easily.
Can I roll a deception check to inform her of if we don't check back in, explosives will collapse the cave?
I mean, you can roll a deception check for whatever you want. Absolutely, go for it.
It's just like, you'll think I would come out without the backup. That's not 1.
Voice cracks.
Yeah. I don't know what it is today. My deception checks have just been
What did you say?
that. Just, you think I would come out without the backup plan? Because we've definitely not been in contact and have no clue what might have happened.
I'm tired of all of this. You've come here for me. You have to make a choice. I know your kinds. Heroes of Breachill, they call you. You can take me, or you can save dozens, hundreds of lives from the pit. I don't care about the promise. I'll take Breachill, and we'll deal with the consequences. Everything will be easier. Trigal will see. And she throws the switch.
Ooh, that's initiative.
And that is absolutely...
Battle cry.
Yeah, and Gerkach! With a little bit of
I'm gonna
panic.
hit ya!
A little bit of panic tinging my voice as everyone gets +2 initiative.
I'm gonna need
I
it.
hope resume rolls well. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Roisin is
Ready.
ready.
She is definitely ready.
The demon moves to protect her.
I'm getting me hammered.
You guys will be fine.
Your holy squareness save us.
Alrighty. Marshall.
22.
With a +2.
Yes. I rolled really bad.
Rashik.
31.
And Eleanor.
33.
Ooh!
Oh,
Ooh.
sorry, 31.
Oh, well, who wants to go first? You both at 31.
You go first.
Eleanor wants to go. Rasheen?
41.
Rasheen wants to go.
Are we getting a +2 from you?
+2 for me and +1 from you.
Yeah, so it is actually higher than.
Oh, well, then we'd still be the same.
Yeah, okay, then she.
I didn't know that we
We're
had the
doing the dance.
+1.
We're doing the dance.
Resume?
Resme will stutter step. At first, seeming to look like she kind of wants to cast something, but then completely rethinking her plan, she'll actually refocus, and I'm going to spend a hero point to re-roll that initiative.
Okay.
There I
That's not
go.
indicative of things to come.
Oh, we got an additional +1. So
That
I get
is
23.
much better. That is an 18. So
Still
that's
one
going to
left,
be,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
That is going to be a 40.
In there. And so what's Valia getting total? +3?
Yes.
We get her this time.
Valia got a 28. Alrighty. It's due time. It's time to believe in the dream, friends.
I believe in you, man.
The robot devil thing.
Person.
That we know so well and love.
Great last time.
Oh, battle cries.
We're not there yet.
Oh, yes, sir.
It is also going to get a 40. It's going to be right in here, not beating Rasheen. And Vayris, Scarlet Leader.
Oh, never mind.
I'm going to use a villain point on that. As she sees all of you, you call out some magic that accelerates you. She was going to just kind of flick this and then turn back to fight quickly. But she actually pivots a bit to move herself out of the view, around a little more out of the range, a little more behind the interlocutor, putting all of her weight into this lever here. And thanks to Blade Tiger, who gave this to me just earlier today, she's not going to get a natural 1 in initiative. Going to get a 14, much better. She will have a 38. Put her right in here. So Roshin, she's going to throw the lever. The devil is moving to intercept. Here is your best friend.
There it is. Yay.
And here is Vayris.
Resume, seal her off from that lever.
And Roshin, before we get big in here, before we make any commitments, got a hero point for you.
Oh, I'll take it. I'll need it.
Laropa, here's to canceling slavery.
Slavery's canceled. Resume, seal her off from that lever, and
Working on it.
raise the shield, and just brace for this. Just gotta pick this thing apart from a distance as much as she can. Shlade, and blast a line of holy energy out at the interlocutor.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Woo! Big ol' magic blast.
And, yeah, shit. Why not? Woo! Most of them
Such
stay
a
in.
loser.
Now you're talking about they're great. Just because you hate fun.
Ouch.
24 times 2, 48 good damage.
48, that's gonna be 68. As you have already discovered, this devil is quite weak to this blast of holy magic, and as it hits it, the thing as it turns to you is going to shrug back, its torso kind of recoiling as you blast away a chunk of flesh from its shoulder. Just reveal mechanics underneath it. And then it, legs engaging, massive mechanical whirring, moves forward pretty quickly. And is going to quickly move to the base of the stairs here, blocking off most easy access to the room. And as it does, it's going to reach out with one of these big claws, slicing towards Rasheen. 32.
32, with shield up, didn't take a swing, normal hit.
So he catches you with his claw.
And shield block, knock that shield in the way.
It's going to hit you for 26 points of slashing damage.
Oh,
As it, I mean, your shield gets a pretty good glance here. But it's still, as you manage to sort of deflect the flat of the blade, what comes through, again, punches almost perfectly through your full plate, slashing open a pretty gaping wound. You're going to start bleeding pretty severely. But even as you manage to deflect one claw, the other pivots, twists, and just mechanical efficiency opens and moves the slice across your side. For 39.
39 is a normal hit. It's just gonna kind of overwhelm
Go
the
get
shield.
your shield.
And I think the shield is actually gonna break.
On that first hit?
Yeah.
Oh, just slice right through it.
Oh, yep.
And then without that to defend you, the second one catching. It's gonna hit you for 31 points of slashing damage.
All right, and just kind of she's bracing for it, but still
And
kind
as
of
the two of
tasting
these
blood.
come together with this surgical precision, these two precise hits combined, where he's struck again, right through the nerves of the shoulder and right into the internals of your side. and almost connecting the two of these, you feel overwhelmed by pain and are going to take an additional 29 points of slashing damage.
Okay. It's chopping me up.
And as you feel this wound open on your side, your abdomen a bit exposed, even from this precise slice that's not even really visible, so shearing your full plate, you feel not so much crippled as vulnerable. You have like a literal open weak spot that if it were to strike again would be exponentially worse.
Yay.
Doing what it do.
Doing what it do.
Roshin, get out of there! All right, you... I don't know whatever it is you are, but you're not getting to that lever. Mecum levium torum! Wall of stone between the knoll and the lever. Cut off that side of the room also.
Okay. You have another wall of stone.
Yeah, that's actually...
Their
the other one
scrolls.
was their scrolls.
Oh, you were ready. So as you bring up
Big break plate.
this wall here, with great effort, you manage to completely sever Vayris from the iron wall behind her. Your stone racking across.
I think she wants to actually, like, seal Vayris against the wall.
Against the wall, so she can't get at the lever. So he can't get at the lever, and he can't engage with us.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you want to. His hand's on the lever already. Like if you sail over there, she's gonna flip the lever.
Oh, so then I'll do what you just said. That's fine.
Okay.
Just put the stone wall through the lever. It ain't going anywhere.
I mean,
You can't put wall stone through anything.
I can't put it through anything, but I can block her off. Him.
There we go. I have to move something so it'll update. All right, so that then. Sealing it off with a supplementary wall.
And it also means that they can't retreat.
Also means they can't retreat. I don't know how they'd retreat into a huge slosh of water, but they could. I mean, they could try. They could do their best. So with this big incantation, as Vayris' hand is knocked away by this rapidly forming stone before she can manage to pull this, she's gonna quickly right the arrow in her bow and raise this massive composite longbow, holding it up aloft off the ground, almost down sideways, pulling the arrow underneath so she can put as much of her muscle into it as possible before she starts loosing arrows down the hallway. And as you cast this spell, you have successfully pissed off the knoll. So she is going to loose a pair of quick shots that
It's nimble dodge time.
sailed through the legs of the devil, past the party, through the middle of you, right up towards Resme. She's
Pulling
not
on
happy.
me right now.
How unlikely.
She's not happy. So nimble dodge on this shot. It's gonna be a 32.
32 will miss.
Drakeheart.
So that first arrow. How long does Drakeheart region last?
10 minutes.
There's no way you still have that.
No, I drank another one.
Oh, you got another one. Fair enough.
I got three
we
of
got
those.
plenty of those.
I got plenty of those.
First one sails wide. The second shot, same roll, so 5 lower, 27.
Yep.
2 shots, finding nothing of Resme at the back before she turns her target towards Rasheen as she tries to deal with this devil. Placing. Oh, actually, it wasn't 32. She does not take her multiple attack penalty in the second shot. Second shot was actually 32.
Then that will hit, because I can't nimble dodge a second time.
Boss things.
Those things.
Just boss things.
So you're going to take 24 points of piercing damage and 1 point of fire.
Which
As
I will
a-
negate with
okay.
my fire resistance.
As she knocks each arrow and draws it back, you see the tip of the arrow, of its own volition, alight with a visible flame, burning a deep red, clearly a natural, which carries through as these searing arrows fly past. But then she will turn this third shot, which does have her multiple attack penalty, to Rasheen as she attempts to pivot here. Math. 31.
Oh, she's shooting me.
Yes.
Oh, okay. With the shield down, I'm vulnerable. That's just gonna catch her right in the shoulder.
All right, and as you were trying to defend yourself from the devil, She takes advantage of this quick pivot, landing an arrow as you are not really ready for this shot. And you are going to take, big math time. 28 points of damage. It is mostly piercing, partially fire.
How much of it is fire?
2.
2? Okay, so fire 5, resist 5.
Oh, so 26 points of damage
26.
total then.
Okay.
Because you also resist the fire. But as it strikes you, you're going to take an additional 3 points of piercing damage from the that wound that the devil has opened up on you.
Okay.
Any pressure to your torso wrenches on that, pulling worse. Chic.
I got something for all these devils and demons we've been
You came
fighting.
very prepared, and just in case something like this happened again.
I've got a whole quiver of screw this guy ready to go.
Well,
So-
you might need it, so...
First shot is a 26. Second shot
26 glances off the metal.
is a 21. And the third shot is a natural 20.
Dude, you were just saving it for the third shot.
You got in there. So what is the total on a natural 20? With your minus 10.
So it's a 32.
That is a regular hit. Because it will be promoted from a failure to a regular hit by the natural 20.
Still counts.
Still a hit.
Still, it got you to hit.
Ooh.
So 10, 18, 20 silver piercing and precision.
20, did you mean 40?
Why, yes.
Because it is super unhappy about the silver arrows that are piercing into it. You managed to catch one, but even just winging it does a clearly impressive amount of damage to the creature. As it reels back almost as hard as Roshin is of these strikes, actually visibly staggering from the shot. Eleonora.
Eleanor takes a deep sigh. I'm gonna hit myself with this. Gets into a little step, a little tempo, and she gets ready to run past the devil. She's gonna attempt to tumble through the devil. You know exactly what's coming.
And as you come through, recoiling from Trishik's arrow, it's not even looking at you. The needles extending out from this thing's eyes are pointed towards Roshin and back towards the hall. It's not even looking. The arm almost moves of its own volition to open the claw and just swipe horizontally
Dodge.
towards you. 44 to hit.
Yeah, crits.
Just barely a crit.
Just barely got him.
You in there.
And as this thing
I'm gonna hit myself with this.
slices across you. Okay. Hold on, give me a moment, please. Roll a lot of dice. $29. So 58. 66. 66 points of slashing damage. Which we learned disrupts, manipulates, not move actions. So you do still get to move, and you as well are bleeding quite
I
severely.
rolled a 33 on my tumble through.
33 versus his reflex will succeed.
We'll succeed. All right. It's gonna take me 2 move actions to get all the way up to the knoll, but I'm moving all the way up to the knoll. And as soon as I get to the knoll, I just have the blade brandished and I just tackle right into her for a bleeding finisher.
That's not a
Immediate-
spear.
Straight to Vayris.
Straight to her for a 33 to hit.
33, as you move in and you rush towards her, she raises the bow and shunts your blade with the spikes on her bracelet.
Ooh.
33 does not hit.
Ooh.
She's no slouch in melee.
No slouch in melee.
Valia,
Couldn't hit
well,
myself.
you took it. So, I mean, she'll take the opportunity to get in while the getting's good. And having seen what happened to this before, she knows she can't really help with it. 5, 10, 15, 25, 35, 40, 45,
Stop with the arm puns. I know they're in your head. Just stop.
50.
Well, she only has one left.
She is going to use the extent of her movement to come along with Eleonora to kind of pin Vayris here as best as you can. But as Vayris shunts your attack with a bracer, and Valia comes through, in a flash, she looses an arrow. Attack of opportunity with the bow as Valia runs by.
Whoa.
That's cheating.
Man, some NPC shenanigans.
Oh, that's gunslinger shenanigans
That's pretty
right
boss.
there.
It's going to be a 37, which does not critically hit her. But she is going to feel the brunt of some NPC shenanigans. She is an archer master. She is not resistant to fire. Oh,
Wow.
that was the worst
That
damage
was-
roll in the world. It's great. She's gonna take 14 points of damage.
That was a lot of ones.
There's a lot of ones. It's great. It's good to see. And even Valia seems to be caught a little off guard by that as she catches this arrow that burns into her shoulder a bit and spins. Takes her all 3 of her actions to get there. We're making it work. Marshall.
Okay. So, we get to play with this thing again. I'm not growing.
Yeah, you don't really have big boy room.
Yep, I don't have big boy room, but I'm still gonna get very, very angry. And grip and twirl me hammer, walk up to him and bonk.
Bonk.
That's not going to hit. That was a 25.
Yeah, you move and try to swing, your hammer just rebounds off its metal legs. Small, you can't really reach the meaty parts of the devil, so it's kind of hard.
Different perspective.
Rasheen.
That worked out. All right, we've got it on the ropes.
Doing fine,
You and I
dear.
have very different definitions of that.
It would be a good idea to back up to me now.
Staring across at Vayris. No, I've got something special for you. Dive Lenoir! And she's gonna reach out, her eyes gonna blaze, and Vayris is gonna get this vision of being torn in half along with Roshin. She has a will save to make.
That works.
I think it's a 33.
33 is a normal pass. She'll take half.
Okay.
I have to make my own will save against my own effect.
That is amazing.
That is a 39, which passes, which becomes critical success because of me. So she gets half of 9 plus 2 more, so 15 d6 mental damage.
Okay. So she'll take half. Dang, it's an odd number. That's weird.
Yeah, I know, I can't
You want to
really-
just roll 8 of them and we'll call it a day?
Yeah.
All right.
We'll do like 8d6 minus 1 and save you from having to roll 15d6.
For that run. So that's gonna be 10. That's gonna be 20, 23 times 2, 46 mental damage. Divide by 2. Right? Because you took half.
15d6 is the full, right?
Yeah.
Your 8d6 is half.
Right. So what
So 46.
You do an extra math.
I'm doing extra math.
Yeah, we already divided the number of dice.
All right.
You're fine.
perfect.
You're good.
46. She takes 46 mental damage. You see her shrug a bit, but doesn't seem hugely phased by it. Leaves you with an action, I think.
It does leave me with an action. No, it spent it already. You can't do that to me.
No, I mean, it's a two-handed weapon.
I can't two-hand my weapon. But first thing I'm going to do is cast shield.
Fair enough. And it is going to...
Are you sure you don't want to switch those? Have the boss be this thing?
I think the crown is appropriate. Yeah,
Oh, the boss is the...
boss is the crown.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the
It is going to continue its focus forth here as it lashes out with one claw, snipping towards Rashim. Mechanical precision, 37 to hit.
37 hits a normal hit. Thank you, shield spell.
Nice, come
gone
back.
forever.
Down forever. It's my lamp. 29
29.
points
and
of slashing damage.
that shield spell is going to explode to bleed off some of that energy. So
I believe it's 15.
29 minus
15
15
is
is
14.
14. And I'm taking like 3 more, right?
Huh?
Taking 3 more damage than that.
No.
Am I still weak to?
Oh, you're
hit
taking...
some more?
Oh, right. I was like, what the... Yeah, 3 more damage than that.
Okay.
was like, what?
The thing that happened to me before, is it still happening? All right. Okay.
And you and Eleonora are both bleeding pretty severely from even these thin surgical cuts. Rasheen taking 5 points of bleeding damage, and Eleonora taking 4.
So Roshin's whole blood is just flowing out of her, misting and flowing back up at the same time.
And as it cuts through you,
Mildly horrifying.
again sockets its claws together and its wrists rotate as it speaks in that robotic voice, "Son up, ma'am," charging up a heal spell once again, which will provoke.
The bonks say 30.
30 is just going to bonk harmlessly as you try to whack at him. You're not used to tiny fighting. And it is going to unleash a heal spell over itself. 7, 11, for 43 points of health back.
Yep.
It undid one of my hits.
Resume.
Do we get the roll to stop the bleeding? Or just
Yeah, you can roll to see if your
I rolled
bleeding
a
stops.
16 then.
So your bleeding stops.
That's kind of cocked. I'm gonna spend one of them here hero points.
To
Take it off my list to go and try to, because as this blood comes off, she's actually going to kind of just focus on it. Thank you, Silver Knight 252018 for that. She's gonna focus on it and just try to overwhelm her own bleeding with the curse effect for a natural 20.
there you go. The mist stops the bleeding. All right, Resume.
I get a feeling I might need that later.
Roshin, you're not allowed to die. Not again. I'm not losing another friend. Donum Vitae. My last spell, period. 5th level heal.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Thank you.
I love how loud the devil noises in Sirenscape are. The giant crunching. It's 40, yeah.
Plus 40.
Plus 40. All right, that's going to be 72 points.
That's a good chunk.
That's a good chunk.
Take
Thank
a hit
you.
and a half.
Huh?
Take a hit and a half, yeah.
Yeah. It means I don't go down next turn.
And then I will throw up a magical shield.
Vayris in the back here doesn't seem to be terribly bothered by the position, but with her wall shut down, she's going to see both of you are clearly pretty fast, but it looks to her like Valia is a bit slower. As she takes a shot at Valia and staggers her a bit, she is going to attempt to tumble through Valia. With a 44, which is going to critically succeed. So she is going to easily whip to the other side of her
Bark.
and move back to the far wall, where she pulls up her bow. And you are fast. She doesn't want to deal with you. And she again knocks and fires a quick succession of 2 arrows towards Eleonora.
She could stop.
Each of their heads igniting in flame as she sets them in the bow and
Very
draws.
much so stop. I'm gonna ask her, please stop.
She's gonna growl.
No, I thought that was gonna be the response.
41 to hit.
You crit. Okay.
And 38 to hit on the second.
You hit.
So she lands both of them. Do you have any fire resistance? Should I roll the fire die?
I
Okay.
have no fire resistance.
So this first one landing. It's going to be 50 points of mixed piercing and fire damage.
I drop.
Oh, I guess the second one's going to Valia then. Actually, no, she doesn't have to do them both. She drops them both. So this pair of arrows. Hey, the downside of the BS boss action is it's 1 pew pew, so you just waste an arrow.
There you go.
So as these shots knock into Eleonora and drop her, once again, to dying 2.
Not expecting a crit for no.
Here
70
I
damage.
am
And
again.
Boss.
she's gonna turn back to the doorway while you're all held by the devil up here. Arr, we can seal off the water. It doesn't matter. We'll just kill you ourselves. Arr. Rashik.
Point.
Well, after I'm done dealing with this demon, I'm going to enjoy cutting.
The demon
into
still looks like
pieces.
it's pretty injured. Like your silver and good attacks are really cutting through it.
All right. First one is another natural 20.
Giving me all the crits.
You want this is just the crit archer fight.
For only 6. I rolled my precision damage last time, but I don't actually have that. So it's 6 plus silver.
You had did 3 damage with the arrow? At the doubled?
Oh, 8. Sorry.
Well, it's 28,
Yeah.
so that's good. The crit may not have done anything, but the fact that the arrow is silver is doing all the work that we need.
I don't have any precision damage, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then shot number 2 is a 30.
30?
Yeah.
30 is gonna glance.
And shot number 3, I'm just gonna put a 20 on the table, I guess. No, it's lower. So that's another holy shot.
Okie dokie. So that brings us to Valia.
Oh, and it would have bled for D6 3.
3 more. Make it 2 complete. Valia is, well, does not have the friend she thought she had but she's not magic and she's not really good at medicine and there's kind of a gnoll murdering you guys, so she is going to go for it. She is going to step up, keep her back against the wall, do what she does best. Go for the feint, and try to pivot into a swing.
Valia, be careful back there, please.
Not helping! 28, she's gonna fail to feint as Vayris pretty easily just reads her. And then she's gonna go for the strike. A 37, which will land. For 14 points of piercing damage. Also doesn't have her precision damage. Marshall.
Ugh, I'm getting real tired of these robots. What is that? 28? Yeah, no, that's not gonna work.
28 is you like you can't reach up back. The huge metal legs keep you able. This thing is just snipping past you at Roshi.
You know what? Shove.
All right, shove it to -5.
Oh my god, what's up with... you're going to dice jail.
What do you get?
Well, that was -5, right?
Right.
So, yeah, it was 24.
24 does not critically fail, so you're not prone.
Okay,
Yeah,
well...
you.
1 left.
I'm gonna try and shove him again.
-10.
Fishing for 20s.
So now D20's that actually... You know what, I'm gonna use his...
Pick somebody else's d20. Your dice suck.
Yeah, my dice suck today. So it's -10, right?
Yes.
Oh, better. So that's going to be 29.
29's not quite gonna do it. You try to just bowl into this thing and shove it back with brute force, and you just can't move it. It is a massive metal monstrosity machine.
All right,
The one time I roll
so
good. And
I don't dare push by this thing. It'll vivisect me. I'm gonna take a 5-foot step back just to ease out of its snipping range here. Hang in there, Valia. Try not to get killed.
It's just dueling the gnoll in the background.
Shalade, and try to blast up at this thing. Let's see what happens. That is going to be a 32.
32, as you hit in, is gonna sear across it like a winging blast. It's not gonna land.
Oh, okay. Well, those are my actions.
So, Mech Lad is now kind of stuck behind a Marshall, and as you move out of its reach, it immediately pivots this claw back, one at an angle and one just in front as they both snip down towards Marshall, who's not huge, so his AC is actually not as bad as it can be.
so it's a 28 DC.
Woo! We get you a 39.
Yeah. That's a crit.
39's a little snippy.
Ouchie.
Is it 68, 74 points of slashing damage.
Okay. Oh, that's a lot of math. 74.
And now you can just hand it your card. Actually, you still have one.
I do.
And neither of you are bleeding anymore.
So, guess what is bleeding? For a 12 on the D12.
Ooh. It's bleeding pretty badly. That was the first snip. And that second claw positioned around at an angle. Slices forth. That was a 34. This is a... That was a 40 something. I'll just do the math again. I completely forgot what the previous roll was. Just a 30 even.
Hold on, I'm still doing math. 30 even?
Yes.
That's a normal hit.
They were D10s. And that one's going to hit you for 26 points of slashing damage. But as what happened to Roshin, as it gets you with both of these in tandem, the surgical precision of this thing opening up a wound far more dangerous and more deadly than the individual swings alone would be. So you're going to take an additional 34 points of slashing damage on top of the first two hits. As he swings again, that one's going to be a 25.
That thankfully misses.
25 does not hit.
Marshall's cut up pretty badly.
Marshall and Roshin here dealing with this devil are taking the brunt of it, and it's picking them apart with incredible efficiency. May.
Oh, God, you all look so bad. All right, I swear, I know its weakness this time. Propel him! And she has some silver arrows, too, that we bought to throw into this thing. And I'm...
This exact reason.
Telekinetic projectile. Going to be a 36.
36 full hits.
Yay!
Wait, one second. That's disappeared.
Okay, 43.
Boom.
Racking up some serious damage now. And leaving you
Shield.
with this shield. So, again, Lenora, unfortunately, in the front. That's who? Get a hero point according to my screen.
I used it earlier.
Are you sure?
I don't have it here.
I have you with the hero point.
You did get one earlier in the session.
And I-
Did we never pass it to you?
No, you passed it to me and I used it almost immediately.
He did it.
Oh, that's right.
Hmm.
Not put this up here. Well, it's on the screen. So, how should we roll that? You can't have a hero point as far as the audience is concerned and not use it.
Seems reasonable.
I'll give you
see,
mine.
there it is. There it is.
There it
So
is.
you can keep yours. I have. I'm pretty sure you have somewhere a coin didn't get handed to you. Because I definitely have you with one. 7 is dying 3, which is
dying.
different from dead.
Yay? Question mark?
I'm not dead yet.
So, in this battle here, Vayris and Valia, Vayris keeps her back to the wall, stepping a bit to the side towards this corner, keeping her from getting around behind, keeping Valia from getting around behind Vayris in case the floodgates of enemies break here. Is going to loose one arrow for a 45.
Youch.
That's not a 20, is it?
No. Which is going to critically hit. Valia's gonna take 50 points of damage. Oh wait, those are deadly. 59 points of damage from this first shot, and a second for a 37, which does not critically hit. So she's just going to take the regular damage
We like that. Regular's good.
for 21 more. She is still up, but that pair of shots near immediately, almost instantly drops Valia.
Oh, you should leave.
And, no, almost instantly. She's still up.
okay.
Almost instantly drops Valia. And, I'm gonna move Vayris over the one.
And 5 extra damage on this from my deadly I did not use last turn.
Alrighty. Oh, it is your turn, good sir.
All right. Well, this quiver is exclusively for these things at this point. I'm just going to keep dumping arrows. 3 more shots.
Please don't say it like we're gonna run into more of them after this.
So,
Summons another.
God.
Well,
You know what, slaves?
Well, GG,
I'm
guys.
breaking myself.
slavery is, I'm sorry, slavery's not canceled.
Slavery is canceled. They're drowned now.
37.
37 will hit the devil.
8 plus 20 from the
Yep.
silver.
28 indeed. And that almost drops it. Another the silver arrow stuck in this thing's torso.
2 more misses.
And with this, it's not like it's not being beaten down by just force like it was previously. This one's just taking a couple of these precise silver shots. You can see the thing almost glitching, like twitching around a bit as it moves, losing this precision, losing this accuracy it had. Valia doesn't have much.
Leave.
She can't go anywhere. The enemy has a bow.
Yeah, it's like, and there's a giant robot in the way.
And there's a
Like,
giant robot in the way.
It's, and she is aware it is guaranteed death to try to flee from this. It is maybe death if she stands and fights. Guaranteed death, probably death. Also, Valia really does not want to go near that thing again. She does not want anything to do with the devil. You guys can handle that. She's gonna grit her teeth, take these 2 arrows, faint for a 40,
Nice.
which will regular succeed,
Good enough for me.
and swing.
Way to be flat-footed.
Vayris is flat-footed with a 35, which because she is flat-footed will just catch her.
Nice.
Even with Valia getting the feint here, getting the pivot, the tip of her rapier barely punches between a couple of these banded armor plates that Vayris has.
Way to go, Val.
She's doing it. $28 points of damage. I mean, Vayris isn't taking nothing. She's taking some hits. And Valia's gonna follow it up with a wild thrust. Try to finish. Being a 25, which is just not even gonna come close to landing. With Marshall, there's a clearly very crippled devil in front of you.
Grip my teeth, vigor up, psych up. Ah! Going in for a second attempt.
Believe.
Tell me.
It's 20's time.
That is going to be a 33.
33 hits!
Oh!
33 hits!
There.
Oh.
There's the bonk.
He misses with the first swing. He comes back around with the backhand. Muscles bulging.
And this thing is weak to silver. It's not resistant to regular damage.
And does sound damage do anything to it?
Sound damage takes that fully.
Ah! For a whopping 29 plus 2, 31.
31 damage does it
Oh.
as this hammer thunders.
So I literally just backhand and just knock its block off. Please let me knock its block off.
Absolutely knock its block off.
So
The
vigor, 2 swings. Yeah, that's it.
The devil collapses.
And I let out like a battle cry of victory. Ah!
Rasheen, you can see this desperate battle in the back here as Valia is trying.
and I have to roll for bleed.
Yeah, roll for your bleed, and you take 11 points of bleed damage.
I'm so glad I figured out. And it's a, what, 15?
15 or higher, it stops.
Nope, I'm still bleeding.
All right. Hang on there, Valia! I'm gonna push up, and I think one move action will get me over the difficult terrain to this square, maybe? Oh, I just go... Can I get here?
You can get around it. Yeah, there's a desk in front of you with a bunch of stuff strewn across it.
I'll just step my way through the corpse then. So that's one move there, 2 moves, it's gonna be 10, 20,
That's
and I
2
can go
here.
here.
Yeah, that's 2.
And I've got 1 action left. Just really quickly, I'll use my Quicken spell of the day to use my last spell slot on Famerige, and she'll pull her banner off and get concealment with whirling scarves.
You have a quicken spell?
Yeah.
It's a feat you get as an oracle. At this level, you can take Quicken spell
Oh,
once per
baby.
day. Take an action off a cast. That's like 3 spell levels more
Yeah,
than
it's
you can cast.
kind of limited now because it was very silly before. Resme,
Wait. We have a thing.
it's not for you.
I know.
But,
I'm glad who it's for, though.
Loma does not want to see Eleanor die. And dying 3 is a scary place.
It is a scary place.
Take
My last one.
this coin. Let's hear it, Resme.
Resme will move into the room, staying next to Marshall. And she'll look out. How many feet am I away from him?
5, 15, 20, 23, 35, 40, 45, 55.
Okay.
Within 6 feet.
I am going to hold and stay where I am.
So you want to stay back behind Jashik?
No, I'm going to stay exactly where I am with Marshall.
Okay. Because you can't hold if you've used actions. Like, that's
No,
just
no.
ending your turn.
I'm ending my turn.
Okay. Just making sure. So, I need...
Pardon me.
Yeah, that's good. I'm just making sure. To go in here for a moment. Because
Because I don't want to move any
no
further up
longer
into the room.
have a giant crunching robot. And we have
An angry dog.
a dying
Hyena.
3 Eleonora, who has a hero point. But still, dying 3 means the DC is 13. So here there is a decent chance
It's dangerous.
of a death. Believe.
As it looks like she's slipping away. The bleeding is slowing down as she is running out of blood. Not because it is stopping the bleeding.
What happens?
You see her body enveloped, shooting from her chest up, from her eye, from her right eye over the rest of her face in black marks, as it just seems to burn itself and sear into her body as the last of her breath just still. This overwhelming smell of grave dirt lingers in the room.
Resme will actually scream.
Vayris, this position being borne down on, is going to loose 1 arrow towards Valia. She looks pretty weak. I know she's gotten a couple good hits in on Vayris. Going to fire a 38, which just doesn't crit. And with 20 points of damage, is going to take Valia down before turning her bow up to Roshin and growling out, "You don't even understand what you have! Arr. Also, this ring could be a weapon! We could dominate the planet!" Arr. And fire 2 shots, one after the other, out towards you. A natural 1 on the first. And a 7 on the second. It's only a 29.
29 will glance off her pauldron.
And,
I don't see how you're going to be using it as a weapon if you're dead.
and Trishik, as you go here. I'll little this room with your corpses.
Well, I'm going to hold my turn, and to Marshall, I'm going to say, whatever you do, get beside her. I'll be right behind you.
Marshall.
Psych up. And then I'm going to... I guess the only thing I can do is...
Let's just be 25.
Yeah, 25.
There is one stride, and 2 gets you to her. If
You
that's
know
where
what?
you're going.
I'll do that. I'll spend my last 2 actions getting right next to her. Rush in and
All right,
scream
Trishik.
Did not want to use it this way, but I'm going to appear behind her in a puff of smoke.
Ooh.
Oh.
Dimension dooring with the cape.
And then lunging in with 2 claw swipes from the smoke, using the flat-footed concealment to bring claws down to bear.
Whew.
For a 32 to flat-footed,
32 as you appear behind her, breaks down, glancing off her pauldron. That will not hit her flat-footed.
and a 29.
As you let in, Vayris is clearly an
And I'm still bleeding.
exceptionally skilled combatant. You're gonna take 6. And even tucked between you and Marshall, is fighting it off pretty effectively. Rasheen.
All right. Shki! Crimson light will envelop Valya and keep her from dying. Stabilize.
Alrighty.
And I'm going to move 20 feet closer.
Next to Valia? Or...
No, like, yeah, right there.
Alrighty.
So it's easier to go around her.
Walls are coming in. Resume.
Resme is hyperventilating a little and getting flashbacks to the last room she was in like this. But she'll kind of pull herself together and grasp out a scroll, envelop him. And I'm going to use another scroll for mirror image.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm going to move up into the
Pulling up
room.
the scroll and casting it's probably.
That's
your
probably
turn.
3 actions. Yeah, that's my turn.
So Vayris here, cornered, is going to 5-foot step out a bit, giving herself a little bit of breathing room before turning and leveling this bow towards Marshall. She can shrug off Trishik's attacks perfectly fine. Your giant hammer just collapsed the huge devil. She's got to deal with you first. Now, normally, shooting right next to you would provoke an attack of opportunity, but Vayris, with her combat expertise, is able to keep herself well guarded while she fires off shots and does not provoke with her ranged attacks.
If you're going to ride a bow boss, I guess that would make sense.
She also does not suffer the volley penalty for shooting point blank with her longbow.
Boss
so-
shenanigans.
The first shot is going to be a 42.
That is definitely a crit. That's probably more than a crit, yeah.
I don't need to roll the fire because you can't take it. Fire does not bother you.
Yeah. Arrows still do.
Arrows definitely still bother.
I think these are harpoons at this point.
You're going to take... You do need one of these for Dudley. 34 points of piercing damage.
And with that, Marshall collapses.
And Marshall drops the second arrow, firing uselessly over him. She growls out to those of you that are left here, as you are also Brought the dying too. I clawed my way to this position. Har! Didn't want anything to do with me. Treacle still never listens. I fought for everything I have. Har! I won't stop here. Valia
Is stable.
is stable, right? Valia is stable. Marshall is now here, so it's Trishik's turn.
Well, from concealment of the smoke, which disappears after one full round.
Yep, you are still concealed in the smoke.
So we're just going to 3 quick swipes, dissipating the smoke around me.
So she is, if you're concealed, is she flat-footed? I think it'd be fully, I think you'd be hidden for flat-footed.
I thought concealed gave me flat.
All right, flat-footed it is then.
I thought that was the whole point of the cloak. A nat 1 into a 3 into a 12, so no hits.
Rasheen, as the smoke fades away from around Trishik.
But we has Marshall.
Marshall does have a hero point, but it's not his turn yet, so it's not super relevant for the moment. But Crimson Nexus, a hero point out to Marshall,
Thanks, Crimson.
which do not want to see 2 go down here, especially not the 2 new characters.
Yeah. I'm gonna look down at Eleonora's body and just kind of grit my teeth. Dive Lanoir! And just blaze out, and she has a will save to make as the vision of Roshin's curse is gonna rip her apart.
29.
29 is a fail, so she will take full damage. Wow.
That is a lot of 6s.
Okay, give
That's
me a
a
minute.
lot of 6s.
Throw that out. Okay, so that's gonna be 78 mental damage.
Ooh.
Well, that almost doubles the damage she's taken so far. And she throws a hand up as she's reaching for an arrow and actually like staggers so bad that she almost sinks down, kneeling for a moment as Trishik is swiping, barely still able to fend off Trishik.
And as she grits, as this energy racks her blood is going to start to leak from her ear and nose. I'm going to spend that hero point from Low Europa to reroll my own will save against my own effect to a natural 1. So critical failure goes to a failure, so I take full damage too.
78 damage.
So I take 78 damage.
Oh.
Rack both of you.
Yeah. And she'll kind of sink to a knee, and the mist will storm around her, and she's going to grip her sword with the other hand, and she's going to look up, and her veins have burst out again. She's going to scream, "To Do Ra!" And that's my action.
Resume.
Resme's eyes will glow with lightning, and it will flow out of her in a wave. Rack! Rack! And she'll throw out a wild electric arc. Resme barely looks like she's in control of her emotions right now. She's shaking and sweating, and she looks nauseous.
She's gonna get a 38 on the reflex save.
That will
Vayris
just
has a diff, so
succeed.
she'll take half. Wings her.
So she'll take 8 if it's half.
Okay.
Electric damage.
1 action left.
Shield.
And Marshall, also in the danger zone here.
What's the DC for dying to?
It's DC 12. And at dying 2, if you critically fail, you go down 2 steps and die. So don't roll the worst thing ever.
Which
That
I
was
did.
the worst thing ever.
Don't roll the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
We can't have you both. This is what. Okay, good hero point. High, absolute high 5, Crimson Nexus.
Crimson Nexus.
Nice.
14. So.
14 to dying 1. Ooh, left the danger zone.
Yep. Thank you.
Well, you left the instant death danger zone. The danger zone is Vayris, and Vayris is still here.
Yes.
Kind of staggering from whatever this magic is that you cast on her. She's clearly pretty severely injured. And she is going to aim up at Rasheen and then aim down to where the devil had snipped through your full plate. We could just kind of see the crease where it buckled a little, sliced through almost cleanly, and fire off a pair of shots. The first for a 45.
Concealment.
Oh my god, he's gonna miss.
It's a 2.
Yeah.
These scarves whirl around you, and she goes to loose at the last moment, readjusting one last time. Edowir, my last villain point.
Comes.
6.
6. That's the legit DC. Even with Miss Childs, that's gonna spear through her.
$58.
I have 15 health left. I did most of that damage to myself.
Fair enough. Another pair of arrows loosing.
But not a crit.
Not a crit.
Was
And
it not a crit? 45 wasn't a
Oh,
crit?
45 was totally a crit,
I
yes.
was like, was it really 45? Doesn't crit?
Yeah,
What
no,
the
no,
hell
sorry.
happened?
Totally a crit. But the mist continues to swirl around, and her wounds will start to close up as she goes down.
The Vayris piling bodies in the other room turns around. Actually, almost just like spittle flying from her jaws as she whips backward, just pure rage. She loses a shot at Trishik for
Nimble dodge.
a 20. As she whips this around. Incensed. Ollie is stable. Trishik.
I have no other options but to feint and attempt to finish her off now. So, feint is a 35.
35 will faint her
Ooh.
as the
Now-
smoke fades from your cloak. You got any hero points?
No.
All right. Believe
Just a raw D20 to see what happens.
Do you
Believe.
believe in love?
in the 20.
Do it.
Please.
20.
It stopped on a 17 just to roll back over to a 3. Like, it full on stopped.
I saw it.
And
Yeah.
then was like, no.
I saw the movement. You get a feint, but even off guard as you follow up, your claws just score her skin. Not really catching any actual damage.
Well, I mean, we're just going to swing again.
Let's roll 20s.
Just roll 20s for it.
Roll better.
Not a 20, but
So-
almost.
19. And agile.
And agile.
36.
36 will hit her. She's not flat-footed, so you don't get your sneak attack
The feint doesn't.
for your next attack. You have to critically
Yeah,
succeed. for
critical
your 4 rounds.
applies to...
Fainting's rough
all-
if you don't have one of the classes that gives you like bonuses.
Oh,
to
that's
it.
nice though.
15, actually.
15.
My hands hurt. A lot more than my bow,
It's a good slash. Rasheen is down
which
here.
is weird, but...
Trishik. It's gone. Resme.
Resme seeing her pretty much her best friend in the whole world go down, will almost start to freak out even more, and just random elemental bolts will just come flying out of her in just pure emotion. Like she is just losing it, and she will send them streaking out of control toward Vayris for an electric arc.
Alrighty. And as these elements just fly forth. Don't have any villain points. Ooh. 29.
That is a fail.
Roll damage.
5 on the die.
Hold these hero points.
Oh, that was a hot roll, too. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 24.
24. 2, 213 damage on her.
It's not ridiculous at all.
And
That's
she
not more health than the barbarian.
takes
or-
this staggering. Her eyes just wild as she kind of pivots back and forth between you and Trishik. I'll kill everyone I have to. I'll kill all of you.
Not if I kill you first!
Like, no, you.
Rasheen, as Marshall rolls for his save, a hero point again from Otlama, who does not. We cannot have another down.
And me.
And Trishik
And
got one
Trishik,
from Singing Fox.
finish
this.
Kill
Do not move.
them until they are dead.
And another
Marshall,
one for
them.
Trishik.
What
What a
does
second for Trishik.
what is the DC for?
You're dying once, so it's only 11. Even if you critically fail, you won't die. You can't instantly die on this roll.
16.
You are stable.
Oh, good job.
Marshall joins the stable pile. Rasheen had
Roisin,
dying too.
Roisin's curse. She still has fast healing 11.
That kicks at the start of your turn.
And so she's gonna just open her eyes and just still bloodshot and just pull herself back to her feet. Just staggering but ignoring the pain. She's going to stand up, step.
Local
flanking her,
Oracle, too angry to die.
and just bring the sword down in a massive slash.
Flanked.
Ooh.
Okay, there you go. I've got +1 from curse, so that's going to be a 22 plus that is a 32, 37 flanked.
37 will hit. She is definitely evil.
That is
It's
the
good money.
stuff.
All right, so that's going to be 33 slashing and good damage.
As you bring this sword down with all the force you can muster. Happens, Rasheen.
In the throes of the curse, as I lovingly call rip and tear mode, she's just going to just right out, just glory kill this boss. The sword comes down, slashes, breaks the guard, comes to the leg to knock her to a knee, flip the sword, impale, and just rip the head off with a reverse slash. And toss it.
Slavery's canceled.
Slavery
Slavery is canceled.
Slavery is canceled.
This Vayris' body drops dead to the floor, falling just feet from Eleonora's. You've conquered the Scarlet Triad operating in Kintargo. With Vayris, the head, cut, they are well and truly defeated. Any hopes they had had of whatever it was they were working for in this region all comes crashing down with the fall of Summershade Quarry. But of course, this was not without sacrifice. Colby, I'm so sorry you joined the party.
So
Be the first to die in your tenure.
I want to go ahead and state that Ella's hand is in a bag, like a pouch, and you see a piece of paper in her hand that she's holding. As her last actions, as she was trying to die, and she was trying to pull that piece of paper out.
Next week, we find out what it is Eleonora held so closely that her only thought was to find it in her last moments. We figure out what we can learn from Vayris' notes, possibly anything, any leads about what the Scarlet Triad are even after. What's happening here. And next week, I'm gonna get the hell out of Summershade Quarry.
Please.
Please. Yes.
With a lot of slaves.
Can we get back to politics?
Please.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us in this wing of the journey. Party. Well, Kobe will come back with a fresh level 12 character to meet the new level of the rest of the heroes of Breach Hill here.
A level 12 Leshy.
We never got to have Eleanor in a Sushma, buddy. We never got the dream.
But my brother's a tree.
Your brother's a tree.
He could literally.
The tree comes back to life, walks all the way to Kintargo.
The whole tree.
That's going to be it for the Two Perception show. Good night, everybody. Thank you, all of you,
Thank
for
you.
being here.
Thank you for helping us cancel
Thank
slavery.
you for helping. The hero points
Thank
were
you.
desperately needed.
Desperately.
Oh my
needed.
God,
The
I love you
villain
guys.
points
Oh my god.
were as brutal
I
as
know.
they could ever be.
Who's been giving you the most villain points?
Several people, don't worry
Oh
about it.
yeah.
Dude, Link is a Link is bad. I love Link.
Link
I love
quietly
Link.
exits chat.
Next week,
Next week.
we hope to wrap things up in the quarry, in Kintargo, perhaps even in all of Ravenel. Vayris said some ominous things.
A lot of names.
Perhaps. A lot of names, a lot of information. I'm pretty confident you were going to die here. There's a lot going on. Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Night.